That natural or something that you've developed over time?
Oh, something I probably think we're all developing. I think that's kind of the way we're trying to play. I think all through our order there's 6 hitters, so I think we're just trying to be as aggressive as possible, as positive as possible, because you know there's pretty handy guys below us, so that always gives you a bit of extra confidence.
You guys have been without a few senior guys in this series. Cam, do you think that's encouraged fearlessness or actually been a bit more pressure for this young group?
No, I'd say that's probably a good way to put it. I think the fearlessness comes out with age. I think when you're young, you haven't really got those scars yet, that you can play with a bit more freedom. And certainly I think there's maybe a touch less pressure with the main guys not being here. I think we can play pretty fearlessly. If it doesn't quite happen, it's fine. I think we've got a very young group. So, but no, it's gone well the first couple of games.
Thank you very much and go well today.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Cam Green, you've had much success at number 4 in previous T20 internationals. Is that for you your most comfortable position to bat in T20 cricket?
I don't know. I think it's tough to say. I think we've got such a good lineup. Yeah, maybe it's kind of where I've been fitting in well in this team. I think we've got so many good openers. We've got so many guys who get out of the death. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm fitting in at the moment. But yeah, best position, not sure. I think it's it's been working well the last couple of games. So yeah, we'll wait and see.
And given that you bat in many different positions in the order, how does your approach change based on the phase that you come into bat at?
I think it's totally dependent on how the openers go. So if there's 2 quick wickets in the power play, maybe it's holding back to after the power play, maybe try and build a partnership for a few overs. Or if the game demands it, we might need to just keep going. So depending on today, I think it's quite a smallish ground. So depending on what the score is, you might have to go a bit more aggressive, even if you lose 2 in the power play, for example. So I think it's just being as adaptable as possible.
And at times we see you be quite fearless as soon as you come to the crease, take on the bowler early in your innings. Is that natural or something that you've developed over time?
Oh, something I probably think we're all developing. I think that's kind of the way we're trying to play. I think all through our order there's 6 hitters, so I think we're just trying to be as aggressive as possible, as positive as possible, because you know there's pretty handy guys below us, so that always gives you a bit of extra confidence.
You guys have been without a few senior guys in this series. Cam, do you think that's encouraged fearlessness or actually been a bit more pressure for this young group?
No, I'd say that's probably a good way to put it. I think the fearlessness comes out with age. I think when you're young, you haven't really got those scars yet, that you can play with a bit more freedom. And certainly, I think there's maybe a touch less pressure with the main guys not being here. I think we can, play pretty fearlessly. If it doesn't quite happen, it's fine. I think we've got a very young group. So, but no, it's gone well the first couple of games.
Thank you very much and go well today.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you listen carefully to the following important information for your safety. In the event of an emergency, or if the lights go, patrons are asked to remain in their places and listen for instructions from the public address announcer and the security staff. Any announcements will be repeated. Patrons are asked to follow directions given.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss your chance to purchase official West Indies merchandise. The full range is available at the Lowland Road entrance. Select from hats, shirts at the box office until July 28th. Cash or card payments are accepted. Thank you.
Hawkeye has the wind direction on it this game. Yeah, we could rehearse.
His unbeaten stand of 131 with Cameron Green, who notched a second straight 50, helped seal a comfortable win, a 2-0 series lead, and ruined the farewell party for homeboy Dre Russ. Big game coming up with the West Indies 2 down in this 5-match series. We are here for the 3rd T20 International at Warner Park in beautiful St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you very much for being with us all the way through this series. We will have to find out something like that. West Indies 2-18 in their last 20 T20 Internationals. I won't say all of that, but we'll go to the middle and join Samuel Badri. Dre Russ, yeah. Segue. No problem. What? Just ask Srini. I was just trying to look at it. What Jedia's breakout league stats? Right, Cece? His breakout league. I know, but it gives us an indication as to where he was in that tournament. No, I didn't see it either. That's why. It's not on Cricket Archives? Yeah, come on. Yep. Yeah. So this is for Brad, right?
Yeah.
Right, so we're talking about him generally on his impact in the series. Right. Okay. Right.
Then I'm going to come to you after this.
Right, okay, yeah.
I'm going to say,
How do you come
as
to
a
this?
captain,
Yeah.
what do you think?
Yeah.
Because you've got to stop it hitting
Comes to
360.
number 3, right?
Yeah.
Comes to number 3. So he attacks that power play.
Yep. Was that where did he rank in the entire tournament with that? Because he must have been one of the leading bowlers. I wonder if who got more than him. How many people got more than him? Oh, really? Yeah, just ask Srini to send me that on WhatsApp, please. Second highest. Thank you. And where do we go from here? Gavin? Yeah, when does that start? After the last World Cup, no?
That's after the last World Cup.
Yeah. I will clear it up. Could I hear the end to the Cam Green interview, please?
Cam Green, you've had much success at number 4 in previous T20 internationals. Is that for you your most comfortable position to bat in T20 cricket?
I don't know. I think it's tough to say. I think
Right. Sorry, just have to turn the page here, which is always problematic.
Every time a lefty came on, he bowled left arm wrist. That's good. Yeah, so that's why I want to know if he did it in this series. I wish. Once he bowled a left arm wrist spin to a lefty.
Nah, he hasn't bowled.
Huh? He bowled all the time in that Global Super League.
He's got to trust himself.
We've been working on that.
Sorry, Gav? Yeah, so you ready for it? Right, so after we come off of Cam Green, we try to find out about the challenges of this facility with Shakira Selman and Samuel Badri. No, I've seen it already. Yeah. Tell me again. Hold. CC? Yeah, so where we're going off the pitch report. Right, regardless of who bats or bowls first, right? All right. Yeah. We haven't spoken to him at all this series. Well, was that 2 wickets or that was all 3? I thought that was that 2 wickets or 3? That was 3. All good? Oh, yep. All good. King, Chase, and Rutherford. Okay, thank you.
Australia continue to be a dominant force here in the Caribbean. And on Tuesday night in Jamaica, it was the spinners who put the brakes on the West Indies. Glenn Maxwell claimed 2 crucial wickets, while Adam Zampa scarred 3 for the visitors as the hosts were limited to 172 for 8. And despite losing both openers early, Josh Inglis took control to power the run chase.
Wow, that's a mammoth. That's Inglis.
His unbeaten stand of 131 with Cameron Green, who notched a second straight 50, helped seal a comfortable win, a 2-0 series lead, and ruined the farewell party for homeboy Dre Russ. And of course, no Andre Russell again for the West Indies, given his retirement from the international game. But with the West Indies 2 down in this 5-match series, this is a crucial encounter here at Warner Park. Match number 3 between the West Indies and Australia. We're grateful to have you with us once again here in beautiful St. Kitts and Nevis. Conditions are really good, so let's kick things off by joining Nikhil Uttamchandani in the middle.
Time for the decision in the 3rd T20 International. To my right, Shea Hope, West Indies captain. Mitch Marsh, captain of Australia. Former West Indies fast bowler Rayon King to oversee proceedings as match ref. Shea has got the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is a heads.
Have a bowl first, mate.
Mitch has won another toss. Mitch, tell us again what you're going to be doing and why.
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl first. It's obviously a pretty small ground and quite a strong breeze. So, yeah, hopefully we can keep them to a reasonable total.
And speaking of the breeze, the difference in conditions, how do you guys plan, or what do you plan to do differently today?
Oh, I think, you know, when you've got a breeze like this, you try and use it to your advantage as a bowling unit. It's probably the smallest ground I've seen in world cricket, so I'm sure the ball's going to be flying around, but just being as proactive as we can, try and stay ahead of the game.
As well as you guys have played in the first 2 games, are there any areas that you've discussed as wanting to be a bit better?
Oh, I think we're always searching for a bit of improvement across the board. Just, yeah, keep, I guess, sticking to our plans, keep trying to execute under pressure and hopefully keep winning.
Tell me about your team today. Any changes?
Yeah, Sean Abbott back in for Matt Kuhneman.
All right, go well. Let's get Shea Hope in now. Shea, it's the 3rd time in the series you guys are going to be batting first. What have you discussed about doing differently when you do bat?
I think it's, you know, in the middle period, making sure we have that same power going into the back end of the innings, something that we haven't been doing quite well recently. The starts have been pretty good, so we need to replicate that again, and then obviously in the back end, we've got to make sure we finish in a lot more powerful. You've talked a lot about execution of your bowlers. How do you think you guys can and have sort of discussed improving execution? There's a lot of conversations that need to be had. The biggest thing is just backing your skills. The main thing is that mindset, make sure our mindset and driving that skill set. So it's important for us as a bowling group to execute as best as we can and back that we're going to get the job done. What makes you confident about your group that you guys can turn this around and win this series? Yeah, there's the belief. You know, we understand why we're playing for West Indies. It's something that we always wanted to do growing up. And that passion, that desire to really represent the region well. So we've got that in the back of our minds. And obviously, we've still got 3 games to play. So it's a great opportunity to turn things around. We remember, I think it was the last series against England, we were 2-0 up, and then we ended up going to the last game for a final. So things can definitely turn around in our favour, and we're certainly looking forward to this game today. Tell me about your team today. Changes? Yeah, we got 2 changes. Jedediah Blades is coming in for his first game, and Sheppy is coming in as well. Are those tactical or injury related? Obviously Russell, but... Yeah, Russell is gone, and then AJ, we're just looking at some rest period for him. All right, go well. For the 3rd time then in this series, Australia will win the toss, and they'll be bowling first.
Thank you very much to Nikhil, and confirmation that Jedediah Blades, the young Barbadian who spent a lot of time at the academy, becomes the 102nd man to represent the West Indies in this format of the game. Big smile for him. Of course, he made his ODI debut on this ground against Bangladesh not that long ago. Alongside me, Brad Haddon and Darren Ganga here, gentlemen. Just quickly, Brad, to start with you. The feeling of coming to Warner Park 2 up in this series would be what for Australia?
Well, I think it gives them opportunity to have a look at different players in the squad. But the one thing this team will come in, that they want to wrap up the series tonight. They don't want to let it go to game 4 and 5. But they've been dominant. They've played really well at times and brave with the ball. And I think that's played a big role. But it's been their batting. It's been brutal. They've controlled the game. And that's the one thing they need to continue.
And Darren Ganga for the West Indies, it's obvious. 2-0 down, need to keep the series alive.
Yeah, they need to, and they need to win batting first. They haven't done that in the last 19 games or so successfully. That win percentage is just about 46%. So they will want to win batting first. Again, it's about winning the different phases. And again, they've gone with 2 changes to this side. They'll expect a lot from their top 3, top 4. Chase was good. So too Brandon King and Shea Hope. They'll want more runs from Rovman Paul, and Shafin Rutherford desperately need runs. Their bowling looks in good order. They'll have to reconfigure things a little bit. They have Gurukesh Moti, Hussain, and you spoke about Jediah Blades, the left-arm seamer from Barbados. He gets an opportunity.
And the Australians have continued with the theme to give their squad a go and look for squad depth. Kuhnemann comes out, Sean Abbott comes back in. Maxwell, will they stay with him at the top with captain Mitch Marsh? Inglis and Green, they've been the find of the tournament so far, their power. Owen, Tim David, he hasn't thrown a punch yet, so it'll be interesting if he gets an opportunity here. Ben Dorshus, Abbott, and to me, the big 2 players for this Australian team are Nathan Ellis with his change-ups and the experience of Adam Zampa.
Big 2 players, 2 of the smallest players, so figuratively speaking. One man who stood up, though, and he's not a giant either, not in the way of Green and Owen, is Josh Inglis.
Well, I think the one thing we've seen with Josh Inglis, he's a special talent. And what I like most about his innings in Game 2 was he controlled and dictated what the West Indies bowled to him. He's a 360 player, but it looked like at times the West Indies panicked. He used the depth of his crease well. He has got a 360 game where we've seen that ramp shot come into play. But the one thing he did do, he controlled the way the West Indies bowled to him.
Yeah, he is very innovative, as you said.
And this is the real big change the West Indies need to have a look at. And what I'm looking at here, yes, we talk about the ramp, but look how late he moves. From a bowling point of view, they actually can't do much about that. So the West Indies, to me, have a decision to make. And Darren, as a captain, how do you combat that?
Well, you got to try and push him into different directions, because if he's scoring behind the stump, maybe force him to score down the ground, use his power a little bit more. But I think the differentiating factor in the 2 T20 internationals has been the bowling, a little bit deficient from the West Indies, because they need to penetrate a little bit more in terms of wicket taking, and this is what they've produced in this T20 World Cup cycle. Go far right, economy not good, second to last, 9.3. That's very expensive, so you can't really build pressure to create wicket taking. And you go to that far left column, only 5.3 wickets on average in T20 matches. That's about 4 wickets less than Australia. So those are the elements that Shea Hope will have to consider. I think it's important for you to measure what you could manage, and that requires a reconfiguration. We've seen Holder and Hussain open in the first 2 matches. Maybe a change, come with something a little bit different, or maybe include a different skill set as well. I'm not quite sure if it is a utilization factor, but definitely capacity building is required by the bowlers to be more effective.
Gurukesh Moti has been solid. Generally across the first 2 games, certainly in the first one, well, Australia have been dominant with the bat, and there's been a giant of a man who has been more so a couple of half centuries. Let's hear from him a little bit earlier, speaking to Nikhil.
Cam Green, you've had much success at number 4 in previous T20 internationals. Is that for you your most comfortable position to bat in T20 cricket?
I don't know. I think it's tough to say. I think we've got such a good lineup. Yeah, maybe it's kind of where I've been fitting in well in this team. I think we've got so many good openers. We've got so many guys who get out of the death. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm fitting in at the moment. But yeah, best position, not sure. I think it's yeah, it's been working well the last couple of games. So yeah, wait and see.
And given that you bat in many different positions in the order, how does your approach change based on the phase that you come into bat at?
I think it's totally dependent on how the openers go. So if there's 2 quick wickets in the power play, maybe it's holding back to after the power play, maybe try and build a partnership for a few overs. Or if the game demands it, we might need to just keep going. So depending on today, I think it's quite a smallish ground. So depending on what the score is, you might have to go a bit more aggressive, even if you lose 2 in the power play, for example. So I think it's just being as adaptable as possible.
And at times we see you be quite fearless as soon as you come to the crease, take on the bowler early in your innings. Is that natural or something that you've developed over time?
Oh, something I probably think we're all developing. I think that's kind of the way we're trying to play. I think all through our order there's 6 hitters, so I think we're just trying to be as aggressive as possible, as positive as possible, because you know there's pretty handy guys below us, so that always gives you a bit of extra confidence. You guys have been without a few senior guys in this series. Cam, do you think that's encouraged fearlessness or actually been a bit more pressure for this young group? No, I'd say that's probably a good way to put it. I think the fearlessness comes out with age. I think when you're young, you haven't really got those scars yet, that you can play with a bit more freedom. And certainly, I think there's maybe a touch less pressure with the main guys not being here. I think we can, play pretty fearlessly. If it doesn't quite happen, it's fine. I think we've got a very young group. So, but no, it's gone well the first couple of games. Thank you very much and go well today. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of pressure when Cam Green has been at the crease on the West Indies bowlers, and this facility provides some unique challenges for teams. Let's get an understanding of some of those challenges now with Shakira Selman and Samuel Battery.
I can tell you what, I don't want to be a bowler at this venue. From one high-scoring venue to another, 205 is the average winning first inning score here since 2022. Lots of pyrotechnics at Warner Park. One of the reasons for that is how good the surface usually is, but it also has to do with how small the boundary sizes are. Quite an intimate venue, 61 and 65 square. If you're bowling from the pavilion end and straight back over your head, 68 meters. So expect a lot of sixes being hit here. Shakira Selman is alongside me. Shakira, when you look at this venue, I mentioned 205 being the average winning first inning score. What can you tell from the surface?
Yeah, I'm smiling, but I'm scared for the bowlers. They will struggle on this surface. Take a listen to this. Very hard, which means it's going to be true bounce and it's going to carry through good to the keeper, but it means even higher run scoring here at Warner Park.
Yeah, when we come to Warner Park and you're bowling from that pavilion end, it's always a bit of trepidation for the bowlers. I'm giving you the ball, Shakira. You're bowling to right-handers. Strong wind factor here. Short boundary square, short boundary straight. What are your plans?
You have to be precise. You have to utilize that wind factor. Go wide when you're bowling to right-handers from this pavilion end, and you really have to hit that wide line. Maybe into the surface, pace off, but you definitely want them hitting it to this strong breeze.
It's do or die for the West Indies. They need to win to keep the series alive. Expect a high-octane contest.
Yeah, and just confirmation of that strong wind that comes across this very open but intimate ground. It keeps the dew away generally, but it also facilitates where you look to strike the ball more often than not. So that's some advantage with Brad Haddon and Darren Ganga still here with me. Someone like Adam Zampa, with such short straight boundaries, what will he be thinking in terms of lengths and lines?
Well, it's interesting, and before I get to Adam Zampa, everyone's talking about how the bowlers it's the pressures on the bowlers.
Not everyone, not everyone, not everyone.
Most.
Right.
But what I see today is there's opportunity there with the ball. Yes, we've got a small, more ground, but the bowlers don't have any pressure on them. They're expecting the ball to fly out of the park, so clear your head. And try your variations. Try something to get the momentum back. And Adam Zampa will do just that. He'll attack the stumps, he'll use his variations, but he won't think about containing the batsman. What he'll think about is this: getting wickets, getting new batsmen in, because you're not going to contain the batsman here tonight. The only way you're going to do that is watch them walk off the ground, because the ball's going to fly everywhere. So his mindset will be nothing but wickets.
So Brad Haddon is saying it's a mindset thing, bowling here. You have to open your mind a little bit. Darren Ganga, the experience of being here for the West Indies. West Indies, just to remind you, are batting first after Australia won the toss again. What are the challenges for them of putting a competitive or match-winning score on the board?
Well, I think first up is the regularity in which they've lost wickets in that previous 2 matches. 16 wickets in total as compared to 9 by the Australians. So it's how you manage risk-taking. Of course, in the power play, they will go hard. And if you look at the West Indies across the phases, batting-wise, they've been relatively good. So I think one of the T20 internationals, the first one, they didn't finish well. Then in that second one, they lost wickets in the middle phase. So it's consistency. They'll need more runs from Shafane Rutherford. They'll need more runs from Rovman Paul. Those two players are critical in terms of finishing the innings off. So batting well as a group will be very important. And again, playing with the conditions, hitting with the wind, making sure that Zampa and the likes don't get amongst the wickets early.
I actually think it's a really simple game plan for the West Indies. If you look at it all 2020 around the world, you need one of your top three batters to get 80 plus.
Yes.
And it's actually as simple as that. They've had some good starts at times, but one of those batters turned that 50 into 80, then all of a sudden the 40 at the back end of the game, the middle runs where you get 30 off 15 from a Hetmeyer, it starts to be effective. They just need one guy to go big at the top.
Especially when you're batting first. West Indies have had 3 half centuries without one of those getting that significant score. So it still has value in this here with this wind. I hope that this crowd starts to build up. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Look, this crowd will be sort of looking for a lot of enjoyment with boundary hitting here tonight. Visitors are here. It's a beautiful, beautiful part of the world, St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis just across the water from here. Of course, we've had under-19 finals here yesterday. Congratulations to Barbados. But it's about the regional team and Jedediah Blades from Barbados who makes his T20 international debut here today. Can the West Indies keep the series alive with Australia 2-up in this 5-match series? Smiling now, but down to business. After the short break, we will have live action.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly ask you to keep your eyes on the big screen. There's going to be a QR code popping up. We want you to scan it. You can feature live or answer questions. And you're going to be right on the big screen, okay? So keep your phone in your hands, keep your eyes on the screen. And we're also going to be moving, coming around. We're going to be interacting with people. We're going to be talking, asking some questions. So it's all about fun and a sweet cricket game tonight, okay?
We are in the Sugar City. The series between the West Indies and Australia pivots to Warner Park, Basseterre St. Kitts for the third T20I. For the West Indies, it is desperation and hunger as they try to remain in contention of winning the series, facing an uphill battle, Shea Hope's men. Australia currently leading 2-0. Cam Green with a couple of 50s. The young team will be very pleased with their efforts to start the white ball edition of this tour. More to come here in St. Kitts. Breeze will be one factor. Hopefully the crowd is another. 50,000 the population here, but they love their cricket passionately. They get behind the franchise in the Caribbean Premier League. Hopefully they'll be here backing the Maroon. It's the 6th straight toss in the tour that all the Aussies have won. Shea Hope will have to bat first yet again. For the 3rd time in this series, Mitch Marsh and Darren Gangas alongside to talk us through the West Indies team who have made 2 changes.
Yeah, those 2 changes. Hi, Nikhil. Greetings, everyone. Romario Shepherd comes into the side. Jadier Blades on debut gets an opportunity. The left-arm seamer from Barbados, but it's a team that has shown good form with the bat. They will want to bat themselves into an unassailable position to keep the series alive. Definitely more runs required from Rovman Paul and Shafeen Rutherford.
Australia have chopped and changed their bowling lineup today. Sean Abbott comes back in. They've dropped Matt Kuhneman, who played and made his debut in the last T20I in Jamaica. But it's all about the power in that batting lineup. The 2 players in that Aussie team have played T20 cricket at this ground, Tim David and Adam Zampa, so it's somewhat of a new experience for them watching. And also the Australian team very much still coming together, and of course missing a number of senior players, but this group with Adam Zampa and other experienced individuals, Darren Ganga, they'll be proud of what they've achieved thus far.
Indeed, and they've been dominant so far in this all-format series. In fact, just tests and T20Is. Won the first test match in Barbados by 159 runs and then blew away the West Indies for the 2nd and 3rd. And already with a 2-0 lead in this T20I series. So tonight might be the night where they clinch the series. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But 2 more matches beyond this one right here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis.
If you joined us for the pre-show, you would know that the wind factor is a significant feature at this ground here at Warner Park. It's already small in terms of the dimensions of the ground, but bowlers and batters today will be trying to use a very strong easterly wind that blows across the ground. It's been such a high-scoring venue the last couple of years. So expect entertainment. Both teams will have to execute their skills if they're to come out on top today. Sets up a nice encounter. Crowd building nicely as well. No Andrew Russell, remember, retiring after the 2nd T20 International. So it is a series start for Romario Shepherd, Samal Duggins, Honorable Samal Duggins, the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Marine Resources, Cooperatives, Small Business and Entrepreneurship, as well as Sports and the Creative Economy and Entertainment of the Arts. Teams following behind. It's hosted the One Day International Series last year when Bangladesh toured the Caribbean, but people will be happy to have the return of the T20 International format.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you can for the national anthems of St. Kitts and Nevis, Australia and the West Indies. Thank you.
Let's head down to the field for the anthems.
was here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever.
It is the third T20 international between the West Indies and Australia, and the series is on the line for the men in maroon. They must win this game to have a chance of winning the series. So Shea Hope and his men will understand the challenge at hand. Again, will be tasked with batting first. Darren Gang alongside.
Again, look at both teams. 2 changes for the West Indies. Hopefully this will change the outlook of their bowling. No Andrew Russell retiring from international cricket. Azari Joseph rested. Good to see Romario Shepherd in the side. Jediah Blades on debut, T20 international debut. Played that one-day international in 2024 against Bangladesh, so he has tasted international cricket. Ron Abbott in once more for the Australians. Played in that first T20 internationals, and he will be a all-phase format for his skipper, Mitch Marsh. Can the West Indies back themselves in control of this game? It'll start with Shea Hope at the top and Brandon King, 2 players who'll be familiar with conditions here, Nickel and viewers.
Mauritius, 2 overs in the power play in each of the 2 games, and for 35. We'll be hoping to use the easterly wind to help get the ball back into the right-handers, one of them being Brandon King, who notched his 12th T20 international 50 the last game at Sabina Park. Started slowly but then recovered well, and Shea Hope at the other end, a 50 in the first T20I, the captain. So starting from the pavilion end, wind going from left to right. The slip is in place, deep point and deep square. 2-0 series in the balance, on the line.
Straight away we'll look to see if there's swing on offer, because Mendocious is bowling from this the pavilion end, and there is that easterly you spoke about, Nickel, going across the ground, so it will help and aid in that ball swinging into the right-handers. It's one thing to factor when you're batting at this venue.
Jamaica, there was wind as well, but as we got later into the evening, wind disappeared. St. Kitts, though, windy, especially the state of the ground, as we heard earlier, open nature, so that will be one thing, and that wind and the Drew factor, the impact of those two things will be something to keep an eye on. Hint of shape, well fielded by Maxwell.
And that's another department of the game that we'll keep a close eye on. We did see in that second T20 International 11 drop catches, so won't be easy here. Pylons relatively low, so if the ball goes high into the sky, it will be more challenging.
They'll just brush the pad. Leighton Butler, he's still relatively new in his on-field sojourn, and Zahid Basarath, both in their 12 T20I. Gregory Berthwaite as our third umpire, TV umpire today, Leslie Reefer the fourth. A word to describe that stroke: class. First boundary.
Near perfect execution there from Brandon King, who was in the slot, showed really good balance and held his shape. Full face of the bat presented. You'll expect more of this at this venue where the straight boundaries are relatively small, so to the square ones.
It goes out. Extra fielder in that offside where we know Brandon King favors, pounces on any width, and deep point just shifts to deep third, a wide deep third. There's the ball coming back in, maybe just doing too much, says Leighton Butler. No review there, so 8 for none after 1.
Mitch Marsh, skipper of this Australian side, will be pretty comfortable with where his team is placed in this 5-match series. 2 wins already. There's quite a few new faces in this Australian setup. They've responded well to him. And how about in the side? Only change tonight.
Ron Abbott back in the team. The first game, was rested for the last. No, Matt Kuhneman. And he starts with a slip to Shea Hope. Well as a deep backward square and deep point. The two fielders outside the circle. Just a blue light on the side screen that Shea Hope is a bit concerned about. Just doing too much. Last ball of the first over in Dwarshuis. I hope that the Kittians will come out, even if you're in Nevis, take the ferry, come over. Not often that West Indies cricket is here in St. Kitts, so we hope that for the next 3 days and 3 games in Fort Timothy, that's not the way. I don't think that's going to work. The try. But just in this break, Darren Ganga, the West Indies will be hoping to win a game batting first. It's been tough going. Back to since the last World Cup. They've only won twice in 9 times they've batted first. One was against Ireland recently when they got 256. The other against South Africa in Trinidad, August last year. So the structure of their innings and how they're able to blend the power that they have at the back end and the depth whilst putting a competitive total on the board will be the challenge, because they've gone hard, it's not worked all the time.
They need some of this energy, batting effort. But is it really the batting or is it more the bowling and its inability to defend totals? And that's $1 million question. I feel it's more the bowling, because when you look at this format of the game, it's skewed towards batters. Batters are allowed to be high risk, allowed to come after bowlers from ball 1. So that's why I feel your strongest suit must be your bowling. And the West Indies behind at the moment as compared to Australia and their bowling unit.
Of batters, we just saw Sherwin Campbell, who was batter for the West Indies some years ago, head coach of the Barbados under-19 team that has won the Rising Stars competition. Won yesterday against a United States of America team. I'm very pleased. Won, of course, the under-17 title a few weeks ago. Good to have the youth here as well, and the party atmosphere. Light gone, and resumption.
Yeah, I keep harping on the bowling unit in T20 cricket because I feel the strength of your bowling would allow you to win matches, batting first and even defending. We've seen that from the top teams in T20 cricket. You think of Australia, you think of India. Their bowling units offer them plenty variety, many options for that captain.
Can't get it out the middle of the bat. But batters will be confident in hitting through the line of the ball. It's a surface that has been extremely high scoring. You go back to the last T20 cricket we've had here was in the CPL. We had 2 scores over 250. And it was on this surface, pitch 2, that we played all 5 games. That's how well it played. And that will be something to watch as we go through. Again, it's a quick turnaround, 3 games in 4 days. We come to you tomorrow night as well.
When we look at this West Indian side in this T20I World Cup cycle, you can see that they've done relatively well across the different phases with the bat. Look at that first T20 international, they produced 56 for 1 in the power play, then in the second one, 49 without loss. So very little issue there with the batting.
Of his game, Brandon King uses his feet. The last game is one that he'll remember more than others because of how difficult it was at the start. He was 13 off 18 and then pushed through and was able to capitalize the back end of the power play.
Yeah, played a polished knock. West Indies needed more from him. Needed him to back deeper into the innings to get them beyond that 172 that they eventually got. Again, he's setting himself up. We've been talking all about the many factors that are in favor of batters at this Warner Park venue. That half century in the second game. Be hoping for a repeat.
Control of length from Sean Abbott, just 2 in that over 10 for them.
For this T20 international, Docious, Abbott, Andy Nellis, all bowlers we've seen in the past be used across the different phases, so expect change-ups in terms of bowling changes from this Australian team.
Beautiful city. Friday evening here in St. Kitts, and all roads will be leading to Warner Park. What a way to start the weekend. Dorcious. Shot of authority. Yeah, that's how far it travels here at Warner Park. Easy with the short, straight boundaries.
And it's very typical of Brandon King and his scoring area in recent times, and more so in the power play. He scores many of his runs in that V area, hits with a straight bat, goes vertical once more, and that's the right option for that type of delivery. Straight away you can see the surface is a good one, ball coming on to bat. So as a batter, if you get a start, don't be dismissed in a soft manner.
Shea Hope opening the batting in this series with the injury to Evan Lewis, but curious to see if this is something he sticks to going into the next World Cup. And there's been a big disparity to when he bats and opens the batting and comes in the first 3 overs as opposed to after the first 3. So at times can occupy that 3 and 4 position, but seems like when he's entering in the first 3 and using the power play, is kick-starting his innings. I don't know what you think, DG, in terms of which position you prefer to see him bat, but most, I think, the last 5 50s have come when he's entered in the first 3.
Yeah, he's a top quality player, and I just feel that that decision where he bats is not solely dependent on how he performs. It's also in and amongst the resources that are available to him and the form as well. In T20 cricket, form is very, very important. They have a few options in this West Indies squad. Evan Lewis not playing once more. He's injured his wrist, so not considered for this 3rd T20 international. Of course, he plies his trade for the Patriots. And this venue, Warner Park, is his home venue in the CPL.
Should get 2 here. Yeah, so that's been the way they wanted to go, where they've had Kyle Mayers in the past, Evan Lewis getting that left-right combination. But I'm just wondering, are they getting the most out of Shea Hope when he actually opens the batting? In the last game, he only faced 7 balls in the power play, and he essentially had to start against Zampa outside the power play. Never really had the fluency that we saw in the first game. Top shot, clean from Shea Hope, who finds the middle of the bat, 25 for none.
Another delivery that allows Shea Hope to get his range. Nice fluent swing. He's a strong front foot player, so if you're fractionally full, watch out.
Plays have been decent for the West Indies in the series. 64 in the first game for none, then 45 for 2. Second T20I. .56 for 1 in that first game. Both fielders for Sean Abbott, who will bowl his second in the power play, are deep leg side. Leg side into the wind as well.
Looking at this Australian squad, I'm a little bit surprised that Matthew Kuhneman was left out. Usually at this venue you find that finger spinners are often very effective in terms of low economy, that ability to pick up wickets. Oftentimes you have batters who go very hard at spin, often to their demise.
To hit a ball of that length down the ground speaks to the quality of Shea Hope.
And evidence of that with pace on this surface that is usually a good one for batting. You can back away, stand and deliver, so to speak. Execution very good on that occasion once more. So as a bowler, you got to come up with approaches to counter opposition batters. Maybe use pace variations, change your angle as well. Or even use the old-fashioned Yorker quite early in the piece.
The previous delivery, the 6, was 121 kilometers per hour. Something we saw Abbott do in the first game he played, where he was happy and inclined to go pace off. Went first 2 balls of an over. His first over, I remember that. Deep point for King with deep backward square. Here's another change of pace.
Type of surface that you can trust the bounce, trust the pace, express yourself as a batter. Still need to be calculated. Now here's a famous face, Keith Atherton, former West Indies cricketer, hails from Nevis.
Wait. Oh.
Nigel, he was slick in the field. More his floppy with style. Very much involved in cricket development on the island. Has his coaching academy, so he spends a lot of time coaching the young cricketers from this part of the Caribbean.
A variation in that over from Abbott. He's showing does well. He'll be happy with that. 10 from the over, 35 for now.
Nathan Ellis replacing Dwarshuis. And that's what we look forward to seeing, how he goes with a change of pace, change down in, well, change down his first ball, but lesser pace straight up.
Good evening, Bish. Good evening, everyone. Be interesting to see how the West Indies go about facing Nathan Ellis tonight. A couple of games to get used to his change-ups. If I was in the West Indies change room with a ground like this, I would be taking a lot of notice of what Nathan Ellis does with his field. And then you'll get cues of what sort of ball he's going to bowl, and maybe play him like a spinner and react to the quicker ball.
Very fortunate because he took the deep point out and put him on the leg side, so his 2 deep fielders were on that leg side. 38% of his deliveries, slower balls in T20 since 2020. Dwayne Bravo has the highest percentage. There's a deep point over for Shea Hope, who comes back for a couple.
Just having a look at that list there of slower balls, Bish. I know when you played Dwayne Bravo, the talk in the change room was to play him like a slower ball bowler, not like a medium pace. And then what happens? You react to his quicker one.
You should be very reluctant to pitch the ball that close on this ground. It's surprising the window is still intact.
This is beautiful tempo here. Shy Hope just run through the line, was on pace there. Nathan Ellis. The beauty of his batting so far tonight, Hope, is he's found some rhythm in his swing and tried to overplay his hand. I don't know if you could see in the box there, Badri dive for cover. It's just like when he used to field at third man, he did not want the ball to come to him.
And the length was always going to be changed there because again he took out the deep point and he put him to mid-wicket.
Again, it's the tempo for me. He's not trying to overplay his hand. He's got a natural swing of the bat tonight. He's found a real rhythm in his batting.
Just to see who bowls from the next end. And we'll come back to that length again later, but again you can see him changing his pace, pulling back his length. Will Abbott go again from the Lozak Road end? 46 without loss.
Quick look at the 6. I think one of our commentary team, Bish, Sami Badri, he hit the deck there. He did not want that ball to come to him.
Very intimate ground, and we feel that we're right on top of things here and looking down on Glenn Maxwell, who replaces Abbott. The Lozak Road end, and a number of reasons for that. The main one is the wind comes strongly off his right shoulder across his left as he runs in. Important over this final over of the power play. A long on and a deep mid-wicket. Because of that, he's into the pitch rather than getting too close under the bat.
Let's have a look at that wind direction here. It's perfect for Glenn Maxwell to get a bit of a way drift to the right-hander. Expect with this field, going to try to cramp the batsman up. He wants the batsman to make decisions with the ball off the stumps.
Not where Shea Hope intended it, but the 4 will bring up the 50 for the West Indies.
It doesn't have to be pretty. And Maxwell, so arm ball there, got a little purchase there on the breeze, a little bit of shape. Frustrating there for the Australians, outside edge, no slip.
Taking out one of our cameramen, but again you can't get too close in length here as a spinner, especially as a finger spinner. Even then he's pulled the length back, and the straight boundaries here are very seductive but very short.
No matter what surface or ground length you're playing on, this is a wonderful shot from Hope. Glenn Maxwell, he took the pace off, did everything he wanted to do to cramp the batsman up. The way he used the crease and opened that left-hand side of his body, which allowed his hands to get through the ball. It's a wonderful shot.
And more pace on into the pitch. Outside of the power play, we will have a keen look at how bowling units use that eastern side of the ground to Maxwell's right as he comes in, with the wind coming off it. Again into the pitch. Very defensive, but necessary on this ground sometimes. Power play complete, 66 without loss.
West Indies, it's the best power play of the series. It's off the back of some really controlled hitting from West Indies captain Shy Hope. Used a small boundary to great effect straight, but he's found some real rhythm in his swing, which is a good sign for the West Indies. And this is a really interesting stage of the game here from West Indies. Australia brought Adam Zampa on because he's a key wicket taker. He will try to own that stumps. The batsman making decisions off the stumps. Subtle changes of pace, use his wrong and well.
Wonderful strike, very crisp from Brandon King.
And this is a modern day leg spinner. He used his ball on purpose here, I think, Adam Zampa, to get one. But it was just the sheer power of King. He used the crease beautifully. Great effort out in the deep. That's a real confidence booster there for King.
Oh!
And modern day leg spinner used that shorter ball, spinning away from the batter to get the batsman off strike. It was just the sheer power of King that allowed the ball to race to the boundary.
Too easy, and it won't be the last time tonight we see that ball struck straight down the ground if the length is given.
Adam Zampa just missed his length there. Now Brendan King to step and hit and free his arms up. Don't have to get a lot on it to clear that boundary straight. He'll be disappointed though there with the length. Adam Zampa just needs to pull that length back so he's hitting the top of those stumps.
Good stop this time. Couple of runs, eyes on who bowls the next one, as always. 78 without loss.
Have a look here at Cooper Connolly. He's a wonderful athlete in the field, and they're little moments on a short boundary, batting friendly conditions that can turn the match. Look at the Manhattan first over. Nathan Ellis went for 20.
Mitch Owen, who bowled a solitary over in each of the first two T20 internationals. And again, Let's see the execution here, because sometimes if you're skilled enough, you can bowl the ball into the pitch, take pace off it, force them to hit to long on or into the wind on that leg side. Because the straight boundaries for those West Indians fans know Warner Park is short. I'm not saying every ball is going to be into the pitch, but a lot of it will be into the pitch, pace on or pace off.
Yeah, I think this is a really good move here from the Australians. Mitch Owen can use his height. He can go into the wicket. The batsman hitting to that longer side of the ground against the wind.
Top shot. Part of the compliment there is to Shea Hope for just making enough room, and forcing Owen now to even tighten his line even more here in St Kitts and Nevis.
And this is a really good sign for the West Indies. Starting to find some real rhythm. That ball just short of a length. He allowed the ball, the key there, to come to him and use the pace of Mitch Owen to get to the boundary. Even little moments like that there in the field, on a surface it's such good to bat, small boundaries, we know it's in the favour of the batting team. Just little moments like that where you charge in, turn a 2 into a 1, and just give the batter an opportunity to bowl at a different batter. Little moments like that on a surface and ground like St Kitts can turn the game.
A deliberate effort not to go too close unless he can sense a moment to get past the batter, largely into the pitch and fairly straight. Change in the field now with long off coming up to mid off, so you've got 4 deep fielders leg side. Will Brandon King look to back away to create a scoring opportunity? Should I say, Shea Hope.
It's been a good over so far by Mitch Owen, and he's 7 off. He now is to get out of the over, build a little bit of pressure for his mate at the other end. If he can find a dot ball or a 1, it's to build some scoreboard pressure.
49 to Hope, 34 to King. It's high, and it's gone. You'll see more of that. 91 without loss after 8. Six fest already, 8 sixes, 4 fours.
Four runs in the last 3 overs. It's been frenetic. We expect high octane stuff at this venue. Last ball of the previous over into the Lozak Road. Yeah, that's out of the park. Keep your eyes on it, everyone. And I think the closer you are at this venue, the safer you are. These balls are disappearing. Eight sixes in the innings already, and we're only into the 9th over now. And it's been rollicking thus far. Abbott replaces Zampa. Shakira Selman is alongside me. Shakira, we spoke about the bowlers being under pressure, being under tremendous pressure at this venue. We've seen a couple of them already being quite expensive. Bowling from this end in particular is tough, given that prevailing wind. Abbott has done well though. Only 11 from 13 deliveries. When you come to a venue like this, Shakira, and showing the CPL in 2024, 50 for Shea Hope, another one for him in this series. 8th T20I half century for the West Indies captain. It's been a knock-off controlled aggression from him. Just the 26 deliveries. How deep can he go? And that's the important thing. I expect quite a few of those. 26 sixes per match in CPL 2024. 26 per match. What are you thinking as a bowler?
Hello, Badri. Hello, viewers. Yeah, you almost accept that you're likely to go for runs at such a small venue. What are you content with? 10, 11 and over. What is unacceptable? Straight boundaries are very short. So bowlers would perhaps be very disappointed with how many sixes have been struck down the ground. Too often they've overpitched. It is a very tough venue to bowl at.
Another dot delivery. When you look at where the sixes have been hit, we spoke about how seductive these straight boundaries are, and there's a deliberate and concerted effort from the batters to go straight back over the bowler's head. All of the sixes, all 8 of them, have been hit in that direction. They aren't looking to go square. Another dot delivery. That's an exceptional over in the scheme of things. Just a 3 off it. 94 without loss. There's some tall towers already, but in between a couple good overs from an Australian perspective. That last one just yielding 3. Get a couple more of those. Abbott has been exceptional. And a wonderful start from West Indies. Captain Shea Hope at the top of the order again for the 3rd time, and another half century for him. Add 1 to his count, Shakira.
Yeah, exquisite down the ground, but particularly good using that shot off the back foot, creating the room to be able to get his hands through the shot and hit over a long off. Eight maximums, 4 boundaries. Glenn Maxwell, who's taken a part in his first over, went for 19 in that over. It was the 6th over. It was a risk by Mitch Marsh to bowl Maxwell in the power play. Didn't pay off.
Yeah, looking to go straight again. Shea Hope, he nails it for 4. Great power, great dexterity.
The fans are happy, but Maxwell is bewildered. He's almost got everything right about that delivery, Maxwell. Into the surface, on top of leg stump. Somehow, Shea Hope has enough time to get into position. And I think the speed is important. He has to go a bit faster, stay to the surface, but a bit faster to Shea Hope. Perhaps a bit straighter as well.
And just look at the way Shea Hope is shaping up. All of them, or both of them rather, looking to get that front leg out of the way so that they can go down the ground in the V's. No one is thinking square off the wicket, unless it's very, very short. Just what they wanted, West Indies. They were inserted for the third time in succession, and setting a target has usually been one of their Achilles' heel. Batting first and knowing exactly what tempo to go at. And they're going at a frenetic tempo. It's a small ground. We'll only find out when Australia has their turn how good it is. Yeah, that's square. That's into the wind, and that's disappeared. 100 comes up for the West Indies inside the 10th over. Brutal batting.
Yeah, not too often you see an Australian bowler looking so bewildered. 89-meter hit. First maximum that's gone square of the wicket. Really good use of the crease by Brandon King. Gets into position so quickly. Hammers that one off the back foot. Second 50 coming in just 27 deliveries. Into the surface. That one perhaps a bit too short. Giving Brandon King more than enough time to rock onto the back foot. Yeah, onto the top of the 10th.
I think we're going to better that average tonight with number of sixes hit across both innings at this venue in CPL 2024. 26 of them. We've gone 9 already. But that's straight. There's a fielder there. Just a single to end the over. 106 without loss. It's time for the Dasani water break. Dasani water will be providing vital hydration for cricketers across all ages in the region, from age grade to men's and women's international teams. Thank you, Dasani.
West Indies inserted, and they're off to a blistering start halfway through the innings, 106 without loss. There's some expensive bowlers for the Australians. Maxwell, 31 from just 2 overs, no wickets yet. We're perched in the wonderful federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Adventure awaits for those seeking any sort of exhilaration. This is the place to be. The beautiful beaches, hiking through the rainforest, the trek up to the mountains. You can just come and unwind on the island's renowned beaches, Frigate Bay, just a stone's throw away from the stadium. Perfect sunset views and beachside dining. If you're visiting in December, you can immerse yourself in St. Kitts Carnival, known for Sugar Mass. Come on down and experience that. Zampa back into the attack. They're desperate for a wicket. What might have been their discussion during that break, Shakira, from a bowling perspective?
Yeah, you have to look at who's gone well on this surface so far. The standout bowler has been Sean Abbott. How do you bowl in the areas that Sean Abbott has bowled for his 3 overs? He's just gone for 14. That's if you're a fast bowler. If you're Zampa, how do you force the batters to hit square of the wicket into that wind? Can you put an extra fielder at deep point, maybe? One time he overpitched, he was struck for a maximum back over his head. So he wants to avoid that.
Now 1-2 gets 4, another half century for Brandon King. It's his 13th in this format and his 2nd in succession. He's in some scintillating form. Looks really elegant and regal when he's on the go, King.
The ball absolutely racing off his back, Brandon King. Mitch Owen perhaps should have done better on the boundary. But what an outstanding display of batting from King.
Well, that was hit with some ferocity and a misfeel, uncharacteristic from Glenn Maxwell. The Australians have looked a little bit sloppy, seem to be shell-shocked with this onslaught.
Yeah, bludgeoned off the middle of the bat again, but the field is set for this. Unforgiving, really.
Yeah, he's bemused, Adam Zampa. He thought it was inside, but doesn't think so. It's an extra run, extra ball. 11 from the over so far, 2 deliveries remaining. Yeah, he's ramped up the pace in that one, over 104 Ks from Zampa. Just looking to get out of the over now.
How is that?
It is an appeal at the wicket. Yeah, umpire Bassarat asks for some reinforcement.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire's review for stumping. I've checked the feet, fair delivery established. Can you give me your best side-on shot, please? Foot is grounded. Foot is grounded. Thank you. Ready to make my decision to the big screen.
Yeah, confirmation of that not out decision, 117 without loss. Mitch Owen for his second over.
He's been in some form. Brandon King had a decent test series. 250s in these T20 internationals, consecutive. Really looked the part. Change of angle from Mitch Owen around the wicket.
Very well bowled. Haven't seen too many of that in the innings, something I think that they should be relying on quite heavily given the onslaught that they've encountered. From around the wicket, gets it straight in the block hole. Not much you can do with that. If you nail that, then it's absolute gold. Are you brave enough though, given the fact that if you miss, you're going to be hit over your head for 6? That's a wide. Brandon King 50 in the last game at home in Jamaica. Started off in scintillating fashion. Very good down the ground. Such a crisp striker off the ball. And that one square. That went the distance. And that's gone as well. It's been an onslaught of epic proportion here at Warner Park. It's the 10th 6 of the innings. It's carnage.
And 6 sixes for Brandon King alone. He's in some form. And if you're a bowler, you accept that though. He's pulled you into that strong breeze for a maximum. Officer struck as well.
Now that's in the air. This time it's taken into the wind. So it just held up. It was well judged in the end. And Mitch Owen, after being struck for 6, strikes back. And Sean Abbott, the fielder.
Yeah, good commitment to the plan. Asking Brandon King to go up into that breeze again. Yeah, this tells you how much he actually held up. Misjudged this on the boundary. And having to take it low because the ball really held up in that strong breeze. But a scintillating knock from King. 62 of just 36 deliveries. 125 for 1.
New batter Shimron Hetmeyer. And that strike rate belies his talent really and what he can do once he gets going. But that's the key. This is the reason why he's here. King trying a repeat dosage. This time holding out. Bit of a misjudgment from Abbott, but he manages to hold on. And Mitch Owen with another international wicket. Man in his debut series, and what a debut he had a few nights ago at Sabina Park. West Indies will remember that first game in Shakira where they were very well set to get well over 200 and only got to 189 with everyone coming in and trying to go from ball 1. They lost a flurry of wickets. And what have they learned from that?
Yeah, around the stage, they were 115 or so for 1 in that game. Ended up only getting to 189. They want to keep going though. Remember last game, Australia chased down 170 odd in 15.2 overs. There has to be a process. The throw-in about to complete his second over. Only the first game he's bowled 2 overs in this series.
Successful over from Owen. 12 gone, 127 for 1. Lovely crowd is built in. There's an educated crowd that comes out in St. Kitts. You can hear them shouting and arguing when a wide or no ball is called. Zampa continuing. Thick edge will run into the boundary as well. It's been that type of day for the West Indies, Brad Haddon.
Yeah, that's well bowled there from Adam Zampa. Around the edge of Shy Hope, who has not put a foot wrong all day. We did see there, though, there's a little bit of turn on his surface as it started to wear.
These two were part of an absolute onslaught last year, Brad, in the CPL. Guyana Amazon Warriors got 266. Hetmeyer got 91. He hit 11 sixes and not a single 4. I think that's a record.
It's an opportunity, though, here for the Australians. Adam Zampa, he's got the new batsman of Hetmeyer. And we know how destructive he can be as long as the innings goes on, but he's got to be thinking wickets now. You're not going to contain out there on this surface or outfield. The only way I think tonight is you're going to stop that scoreboard is by taking wickets.
Over the wicket too. Trying to push the ball across him and wide out of the hitting arc.
What you've got to do in this situation, if you are Adam Zampa, is try to build up some dot ball pressure on Hetmeyer, and then you might get Shea Hope trying to do something different, go a little bit harder, lose his shape. You've got to try to build some pressure on the new batsman to get a reaction out of the set player.
Missed his length badly, and another straight 6 from the West Indies. 9 of 11 of them have been in the V.
The crowd at St. Kitts here is starting to come alive. Adam Zampa would like to have this one back. Once again, Shea Hope is targeting that short side, straight down the ground. Cameraman are in dangerous there tonight.
Catch! Fielder will watch. He's hit it flat, but he's hit it in the gap. 6 more.
And not often Adam Zampa gets hit for back-to-back 6s. Hetmeyer has gone with the wind here. Well bowled by Adam Zampa. But the key to his batting tonight is the controlled tempo. Hasn't tried to overhit the ball.
This has been a tactic all series by the West Indies. Roston Chase in the first 2 games. King and Hope this evening hit Zampa straight. 1-4-6 for 1 after 13.
In the first 6 there by Hope, full toss by Adam Zampa. He'd like to have that ball back. The second was beautifully timed, slog sweep. The crowd absolutely loved that. Shy Hope is bringing this very vocal crowd into the game with some extraordinary shot play.
Royalty in the house. There's 2 petitions to play Test cricket. Louis and Jeremiah Louis. Louis Mika, his brothers, played for the West Indies. Jeremiah has been in the squad. Play. Nathan Ellis back. He's only bowled 1 of the first 13 overs. Does he go pace off straight away? Goes pace on, and Shea Hope gleefully accepts.
Yeah, this is a big play here from Hope. Put pressure straight on Nathan Ellis. He's been brought back into the attack to quieten this scoreboard down. Once again, pace off. Shy Hope has got used to the pace of the surface and started to find a real tempo in his swing now.
150's come up with that boundary. His best career score in T20 International, Shea Hope. Got 82 against the USA last World Cup.
Yeah, and this has been a real captain's knock from Hope. What West Indies have been crying out for is their captain or someone in the top 3 to stand up, get a big total. That allows the rest of this powerful batting lineup to bat around him. All smiles in the crowd. I know there's a lot of talk in IPL about that magic 300 number. Will West Indies touch that tonight?
Up, and they still scamper through and get a quick single. And enjoying the carnage live, you can enjoy it on the West Indies social media platforms as well. Go to Windies Cricket on all platforms and you can have a chance to win and gain access to cricket merchandise. You can follow the page across all digital platforms, and then of course scan the QR code on screen. Now need to get Brad Haddon in some of that maroon and yellow. Well fielded in the end by Tim David. Brad, I want to see you in that. I love this. I watched you in 2015 after school. I never thought there would be a day where I'd see Brad Haddon wearing that crest. It looks good on you.
Well, everyone grew up with the West Indies, their second best team, and I was no different. I enjoyed the Calypso style. Got punished many a times behind the stumps watching Brian Lara teach us a lesson.
It off is in for Hope. Back at the hand, slower delivery. Still pushing Shea Hope.
These are the little moments on a surface and boundary like this. Just have a look. You've got to be stopping that there for 2. You want Hetmeyer on strike. And you got the informed batsman Hope back on strike. But those little moments the Australians have just missed in the field tonight.
Look at the hand again. This is information for the West Indian bowlers to take. 156 for 1.
Look at that bowling card. Sean Abbott stands out. And you're going for 4 and over. Glenn Maxwell has been expensive, 15. I think all in all, I don't think the Australians will be that disappointed where this game's at. They can have a big 6 overs here. Keep the score around 230. I think the Australians will be very happy.
Will come back into the attack. Samuel Badri spoke about it earlier. In the first T20I, the West Indies were comfortable. 152 for 2, Brad, after 15 overs. Then they only got 37 off the last 5 and lost 6. They've changed their mind. They're were thinking about Dorcius, but they're going to finish the spell of Zampa. Maybe because of the left-handed Hetmeyer.
He went wicketless in the first game, Adam Zampa. Made a strong comeback in game 2 with 3 quality wickets. His most expensive figures are 1 for 65 against the West Indies. I'd love to see him get a wicket and just break this partnership now. Just try to slow the momentum of this scoreboard.
What does he do with his field? So he's got his deep extra cover, a long off, and then the other fielder is the 3 on the leg side, protecting the boundary. It was impossible for Inglis to take that.
The replay here might just a minute. Little edge there by Hetmeyer.
Makes the mistake of going full, and Hetmeyer makes him pay.
Hetmeyer, it's a beautiful swing of the bat. Adam Zampa just over pitch with his length, allowed Hetmeyer to step and hit. Just look at that, was a little edge there. The wrong end, Hetmeyer picked it. Knew straight away.
This time full and taken. Not the first time in the series Zampa's been hit for a 6 and then responds with a wicket.
Yeah, this is very clever bowling here by Adam Zampa. With the 6, he just got outside Hetmeyer's eye line, allowed him to free his arms up. But this one, he tightened it up, went at his heels, didn't allow Hetmeyer get a free swing of the bat. Hasn't quite got hold of it. Simple catch in the outfield there. Ben Dorcius. That's a big wicket for the Australians. The back of Hetmeyer. He departs for 9. West Indies, though, 162 for 2.
Sherfane Rutherford, who's got just 9 runs in 6 T20 international innings, yet to score in this series. It's quiet in England. Away in the series.
Have a look at this. Really clever bowling by Adam Zampa. That one there, he just allowed Hetmeyer to get his arms through the ball. But that one, he attacked that leg stump, didn't allow him to get a full swing of the bat and just cramped him up so he couldn't get his arms through the ball. Very, very clever bowling there by Adam Zampa, and he was really quick to rectify the previous ball. Well done.
Change in line and change in speed as well. 6 was 85 kilometers per hour, wicket 94. Toss. Running away with that, Zampa. But they'll be pleased, Australia. They've been able to strike now a couple of times in quick succession. 165 for 2. Ball is built nicely here this evening. Still a lot of power to come. Powell, Holder, Shepherd, Roston Chase, who got a 50 in the first game. Moti. Powerful batting lineups. Only the second time in Adam Zampa's career that he's gone for more than 50. Both against the West Indies. His four is finished. Dorcius, they were going to bring him from this pavilion end. He's on from the Lozat Road end. Eager to see the crowd that would come in tonight, Brad, and look at the grass mount, which is always a vibe. Need to get you there in between your stints to enjoy and take in what St. Kitts has to offer.
It is an attractive tour for Australians to come over to the Caribbean, and they do enjoy the hospitality of the hill. It's normally a party section of every ground here in the West Indies, normally with a swimming pool somewhere.
That is innovation. We don't always see that ramp from Shea Hope, something he's been working on into the 90s.
And we're seeing a lot of power tonight from Hope, but this is a touch of class. Realised from the field, and Dorcius had said he was going to go full at the stumps. To be able to walk in the line, use the pace of the ball. Very nervous signs for the Australians here at the moment, the way Hope's seen the ball.
With the ramp now, backward square comes a lot finer, and an extra fielder is going back leg side, so they've got four now protecting the leg side boundary, which is into the wind. Have much margin of error. Does he go pace off? Could he bluff him with deep point and go wide?
Yeah.
Just have a look here. Hetmeyer, that's a 6 off Adam Zampa. And the second one, he fixed his line, took it closer to the back heel of Hetmeyer, which didn't allow him to get a full swing of the bat through the ball. Very, very clever bowling there. And the Aussies' #1 spinner, Adam Zampa.
He's got a great success rate when he bowls quickly here in the Caribbean, over 90 kilometers per hour. In front of square. Strategic positioning by Rutherford.
Much needed boundary here for Rutherford. Pace off here from Ben Dorcius. Rutherford, we know how powerful he is, square the wicket. Just try to get it outside his eye line, but the reach, Rutherford allowed him to get enough bat, just in enough to race away to that short square boundary.
Full. That was a tough chance. Next 4 overs, Ellis has got 2 of them. Those could be game defining. Could be the difference between West Indies getting in excess of 200.
Just short. There, Ben Dorcius got away with one. And you expect Sean Abbott, he'll bowl one. Ellis have saved for the back end of the game. He's got a couple left. That's his strength. And Ben Dorcius had a lot of success at the back end of the game.
Rutherford hasn't been most fluent in these first 6 deliveries. 176 for 2.
Right, where will the West Indies end this innings? Projected scores, if they go at 11s, their current rate, they get to 220. There's a chance of getting to 230 plus. Sean Abbott, most economical bowler on show tonight for the Australians. He returns. That's educated. Not intentional from Shafeen Rutherford, but he'll take it. Good start to the over for the West Indies.
Yeah, I think it was deliberate, the way he broke his wrist at the last moment to get this down, yeah, to third. Very well played. Good start to the over. Knows that the fielder is in the inner circle, so just needs to get it fine off him, which he did.
It's a wide plan to use that option. Haven't seen Cooper Connolly, the left-arm spinner. I thought that was an option available to Mitch Marsh, especially when the two right-handers on the go, both Hope and King. Just 6 bowlers used so far by the Australians.
Yeah, he opted for Glenn Maxwell in that 6th over, final over of the power play that went for 19. He did use Cooper Connolly in the first T20I in the power play, and he got the wicket of Brandon King. So you're right, that was something he could have considered. I was looking at this field though to Shafeen Rutherford. The deep point comes into the circle in the middle of the long off. He's very strong offside, Shafeen Rutherford.
Change in line. Game of cat and mouse, as you'd expect in batter-friendly conditions. Bowlers having to stay ahead of batters, batters having to devise an approach to maximize run scoring. The guy has done it brilliantly, Shea Hope. 93 from 48. 7 sixes so far. He's playing like a captain possessed. It was very early for that reverse.
It is something that he has added to his repertoire, Shea Hope. And the paddle on both sides of the wicket, he really has played an exceptional knock. Can they finish off the innings strongly? Something that they've built their reputation on in this format. Amongst the best in the last 5 with the bat.
Pumped. Just short of that long on field there. Again, with 6 bowlers, you're thinking which bowlers will bowl the remaining 3 overs for the Australians. Zampa has been expensive. Just 1 wicket to him. It's one of the pluses the West Indians have achieved in this innings, batting first. Blunting Adam Zampa. Another very important dot delivery. Australians will be a little bit disappointed with their fielding effort in this innings. Quite a few blunders in the outfield. Of course, they're known for their high standard with their ground fielding. That was subpar from Maxwell. A good end. Doesn't concede a boundary. They will get 2. Shea Hope, importantly, on strike for the Nets. It buys the signal. 186 for 2.
And that's the end of Abbott. None for 21 from 4 overs, which represent a marvelous effort given the way things have gone, and the other bowlers traveling quite a lot.
Well, Shea Hope can't afford to relax. He can't think too much about that landmark of his first T20 international century. There's a bigger objective to be achieved. And we have Ravi Rampal in the house looking on. It's Ravi Rampal, the bowling coach for the West Indies team. Here is Ellis.
Now he has a couple overs remaining, so he'll bowl those 2 from the Lozak road end and expect Dwarshus to finish from the pavilion end. And that one just squeezes through bat and pad and over the stumps. Shea Hope eyeing up that landmark, 1 hit away from what would be his first international T20 international century. Quite a lot of ODI centuries, so he'll add that to the list.
There is that superior thinking from Ellis. So good. He went with the straight line, then went wide, so not predictable in his approach.
Yeah, they're upset. They just want runs. They don't mind how they come. They just want them to continue to flow off the West Indian batters.
Watch for the slow ball now. Slow ball, but too wide on that occasion, so should see that signal. Yep. The thinking was the right one. The execution wasn't so good.
Yeah, the West Indian fans are desperate for a victory. You see them across social media, you see them in the streets, and they're asking, they're pleading for something special to keep the series alive. They need something tonight.
Doesn't make contact. Had all the time in the world to hit the target. Ellis couldn't achieve it.
Rutherford wanted the single. Hope wants the strike. He would have been gone for all money. This is an exceptional over so far anyway. And just the 1 run coming from that wide 3-dot deliveries.
Is he thinking too much about that landmark, Shea Hope? Is he trying too hard? Gets bat and goes in the gap. So 4 more to Shea Hope. A welcome boundary, just 5 so far from the over.
Yeah, and you can tell from his body reaction, a nod or a shake of the head rather, that he isn't too pleased with what has happened so far in the over up until that point. He just delays his stroke slightly because it's a slower delivery and gets the gap well. Hope on 98.
Just a single. Will allow Shafeen Rutherford to get strike for the first time in this over.
.205 is the average winning first innings score here in T20 cricket since 2023. Since 2022 rather. And so it is a high scoring ground, as we've said time and time again. You need to maximize on every one of these remaining deliveries.
No wide signal. And that's the 4th dot delivery of the over. What an over from Nathan Ellis. Just 6 from it, 192 for 2.
Yeah, Sherfin Rutherford is not pleased. Yeah, that's a wide. Gets away with that one. Yeah, they know it. Yep. Six runs then from that over, 2 overs remaining.
Another important over, the penultimate of the innings. West Indies sitting at 192 for 2. Current run rate 10.6. Here's Dwarshuis. And that's a moment to savor. Soaring Hope records his first T20I century. Quite unshakable and radiant. It's been an innings of power, and evidenced by those 6 sixes he's achieved. Brilliant captain's knock.
Really distinguished innings from Shea Hope. He joins Christopher Henry Gale as the second West Indian to centuries in all formats now. Test match cricket, ODIs, and he adds T20s to the list. What a sparkling, sensational performance from Shea.
Another full toss, not capitalized on. And to add insult to injury, he's run out. So an uncharacteristic type of innings from Sherfin Rutherford. In and amongst the brilliance of Hope.
Yeah, this is inexplicable. He seems as though he just gave up. Didn't make the connection he was after, and just look at him trotting down. Wonderful awareness from Tim David, knocks the stump out of the ground. And that was a soft dismissal, you'd have to say. Rutherford goes for 12, 193 for 3.
Rovman Paul with an opportunity to finish the innings in a canter. And Sami will be disappointed with this dismissal again. Very different in what we've seen from the West Indians with the bat. They've been excellent all innings. This is just average, very average cricket from Sherfin Rutherford. Firstly, not capitalizing on a full toss, and secondly, no real intention to complete the run.
Yeah, schoolboy stuff there from Sherfin Rutherford. Right, Rovman Powell and Shea Hope, former captain, current captain, out in the middle. And they have, what, 10 deliveries remaining. Where can they end? 225 perhaps?
Since the start of the 17th over, 7 dot deliveries. That's beyond an over without scoring. Will that come back to haunt the West Indians? Importantly, Dwarshuis bowling to the new batter, Rovman Paul. Pardon, it was Shea Hope.
Yeah, warm applause from all of his teammates. Management joins the great man Christopher Henry Gale with centuries in all formats. Only the 5th West Indian to score a T20I century now. Shea Hope, will it be in a winning cause?
The toss. should get 4 at the inner part of the bat. So Rovman Powell will take confidence with this outcome.
My word, what type of bat is that? That's an inside edge that races across for 4. Not where he was aiming. Look how quickly that sped across. Yeah, some dance moves from Zahid Basrat as well.
Have to reload, so again you can see changing tactics from the bowler. Going straight and going wide, so as a batter you've got to make sure you're ready. Short and clubbered into the gap. The 200 comes up for the West Indians. That's powerful from Paul.
And if his first boundary was unconvincing, then this one was absolutely crunched. That swivel, pivot and swivel from Powell. Races across the outfield.
At 11 from the over. What can Paul achieve in this final delivery of the 19th? Goes through that cover region, just shy of the fielder, Mitch Marsh, diving away to his left, and he survives. So 12 from the over after 19, 204 for 3.
Yeah, swirling around. The moment it goes on that side of the field and high, it will hold up. Anxious, even she is. Does he get there? No, he doesn't. Just out of his reach. Valiant effort, though.
He's been the star of this innings for the West Indians. That brilliant partnership at the top with Brandon King. They produced 125. Now, can he continue that brilliance with Paul in the last over? It's fabulous from Ellis to start.
Top stuff, really top stuff. He only conceded 3 runs in his previous over. Remember that. Starts off with a pinpoint accuracy. Look at that. Exactly where you want to be. Now he'll have to change things up because Powell might be expecting that. Goes across to his off stump. Mid-off in position, so he has to be careful.
Top edge should be a simple catch, yep. Zampa makes no mistake, so Paul again trying to use his muscle, leg side, flutters to deceive.
Yeah, she's upset. And then that upset turns to joy. Yeah, into the surface, so he changed the length as well as the line. Powell opting to use power. And holds out to Adam Zampa. Look how things change quite quickly. That's disappointment. Then why would I continue to be disappointed? Yeah, get the dance in.
Mario Shepherd. It's a single, brings Shea Hoop on strike. So just 40 so far. Indies remaining 5 overs, or just shy of 5 overs. Ruben Paul trying to go leg side, just striking under the bounce of that delivery.
And importantly, 2 dots in the over and just the single. Looking to finish off strongly. Take some bit of momentum with them. The Australians, Mitch Marsh, just hustle all the way from short fine leg to the bowler for some instructions.
And find the boundary, so credit must be given to the Australians in the manner in which they bowl these last 5 overs. Quite a number of dot deliveries. They've restrained boundary scoring, especially when the West Indians were dominant in that power play phase and through the middle.
Yeah, and the man who's orchestrated that is Nathan Ellis. In 10 deliveries, he's just conceded 5 runs in the final phase.
Power, good power. Mario Shepherd enforces himself onto Ellis and brings 4.
Just look at the way this ball swerves after it leaves the bat. We can't see it from that angle, but it's brute force from Romario Shepherd. The final delivery of the innings, and he ends with a boundary.
You will get it. That's a nice finish for Romario Shepherd and for the West Indies. The brilliance of Shai Hope just holding things together in this first effort. And in this very important T20 International, can they save this series and keep it alive? So far, so good from the West Indians with the bat.
A wonderful effort, 49 in the last 5 though. Is that a little bit shy? We'll find out soon when the Australians have their turn. It will require, though, a good bowling performance. We have a debutant from a West Indian standpoint in the bowling lineup. Jediah Blades will have an opportunity along with the others, but Shai Hope, what a knock it was for the West Indian captain. Absolutely brilliant. Ends the innings unbeaten on 102. Look at the strike rate, 179. 6 sixes for Shai. Brandon King got a half century as well. And they'll be absolutely pleased with 214 on the board.
Well, for the bowlers from Australia, it was Sean Abbott who was brilliant with his economy. His 4 overs only costing 21 when there was carnage happening with Hope and King. And Nathan Ellis really reinforcing his credentials of one of the best T20 bowlers in the world. 1 for 37 from his 4, and really keeping things in check in that last 5 over phase of the innings. So the crowd expectant. We'll now join Brad Hadding.
We've got a superstar of this form of the game, Brandon King, consecutive 50s, but I tell you what, you'd like to take this wicket with you.
Yeah, definitely. Here at St. Kitts, it's always a good wicket for batting. You know, we know that the ground is very small, and it produced another belter today.
What was impressive tonight was the partnership at the top of the order with your captain. What you need in this form of the game is you need someone to go on and get a big total, and your captain showed a lot of character tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I know it's something we've been speaking about. Obviously a few guys have been getting 50s, throughout the series and getting out. So we wanted somebody to go deep today, and the skipper did brilliantly. Congrats on his 100.
And your own game, you've grown from the start of the Test series from now. But it must be good to find some rhythm in your game and start putting the numbers up that you know you can. Yeah, definitely. It's always good to show some consistency. That's what we all aim for. Obviously it's a little bit easier in these conditions. In this format. It's to go hard or go home basically, and I'm thankful that it goes well. And standing out in the middle now, the wind, did it play a factor when you're out there with the bat? Is it something you think you can capitalise when you get the opportunity to bowl now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've played here quite a bit, so generally wind is a factor, you know, even though the ground itself is, you know, generally small, you know, the wind is pretty strong, so you try not to take on that side as much as possible, and hopefully we can bowl to that to make it our advantage.
Well, Brendan, you saw great improvement throughout the whole series. He's all class, and let's enjoy this second innings.
Thank you.
Well, what an innings there from Brandon King. It will require the third highest run chase by the Australians in the West Indies. The target 215. Join us for the chase after the break.
We are in St. Kitts for the third T20 International. The West Indies losing the toss, being asked to bat first. Shea Hope, just the second West Indian to score 100 in all three formats. 214 is what they get to. Nathan Ellis, outstanding yet again. 1 for 16 in the 18th and 20th over. And Sean Abbott, 5 runs and over in his 4 on what has been a high-scoring surface. A few days ago, the T20 International format said goodbye to a champion, and his send-off was unforgettable and sentimental.
My very first day at Sabina Park was, I was obviously a kid and, just come around, walk around on the field, look at the grass, lie down in the grass and just, taking in everything. Played so many games here, won so many games here, and a lot of good memories. So, what a place to call it quit on my international career. I want to be remembered as that, inspirational player where, could inspire a lot of youngsters from the Caribbean, let them know that, with hard work, everything possible. Believe in yourself, work hard. Discipline is very important. There will be a lot of sacrifices that you will have to make when you feel like you want to go out, but you have to just remain humble and stay in. Make sure you get enough rest. Take care of your body as much as possible. It's a good feeling to know I'm doing this in front of my own crowd, friends and family. But, I feel a bit sad inside, knowing that this is my last game for West Indies. Yeah, a bit sad. Tonight, my last game for West Indies. And I want to make sure that I do my best. I'm not just going to be on the field and say, okay, my last game and that's it. I want all of us to cherish these moments, all right? All the best and make sure that we come up with a win. All right? We're not crying. No, they're gonna tear this one. No, they're gonna tear this one. Look at what's up, Andre? Huh? Yeah, man. More like. We'll always check this guy. Yeah, man. Right? Yeah, man. Appreciate that.
It's the final time that this man will be representing the West Indies in international cricket. It's final time in T20 international cricket. The world will see Andrew Russell in maroon. He's on a mission this evening to end with a bang. Boom! This is the power of the man. English, oh, that wasn't easy. He says a prayer to the heavens there. The end of his international career once his bowling is finished later on tonight. This is his last at-bat in West Indies colours. Unable to secure a victory in the last dance for Andre Russell, but he'll be watching and they'll be hoping that through the debutant Jediah Blades they can get a win for him. 23 years old from Frere Pilgrim Christchurch in Barbados, back at a venue where he made his one-day international debut last year against Bangladesh. 215 is the target. Akil Hossain has bowled the first over in the beginning two internationals. Mitch Marsh yet to get out of the power play. Azari Joseph has dismissed him in both games, not playing today. Maxwell continues his new role at the top of the order. Jason Holder, fellow Barbadian, presenting Blades with his cap. How mentally tough is him, because he went for 73 in 6 overs against Bangladesh. He'll be hoping for a better start in T20I cricket. Slip in place. Evening, Ian Bishop.
Hello, Nikhil. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's a challenge for young Blades. He's looking for swing. That's primarily what he's looking for, to try to get wickets with this new ball. Swing from off to leg as his stock.
First boundary for Australia and for Marsh.
And of course, if it doesn't come back and holds its line, Marsh can open the face. Whether he did that deliberately or not, only he will know. So the line has to be a little bit tighter without getting too straight to get hit with the wind. Whereas to see who opens the bowling from the other end with the wind direction.
There's a deep point fielder who just gets there, Brandon King. One-handed stop. Every run will be so valuable. So I want to see, Bish, how early the West Indies go to their death bowling skills. How early did they go to the wide Yorkers, the pace-off variations that we saw work well for Abbott and Ellis?
Time will tell. I think that's a good point, actually, for a couple of reasons. There's a change in the field, with the point coming out in Roston Chase, heading into slip, and a short third to his right, next to the keeper.
Over point. Risty from Maxwell.
Blades will reflect on, even though he had the fielder there at that deep point, the seam position suggests that he wants the line to be a little bit tighter to the off stump instead of giving as much room. It's a good strike into the wind. It cut through the wind and over point.
Maybe that's why Holder clapped after the delivery. That's the plan to Maxwell, wide of off stump. Not sure if he intended for the ball to go there. Maybe it's effective from Maxwell.
I'm not sure the plan is deliberately to go wide as 2 balls ago. But he had the protection there and got hit over the protection. This one, the opening of the bat face suggests that he intended to go. Whether he intended to go that fine or not, it changes the field again. The slip is out. I'm just wondering if Jason Holder will swing the new ball next.
Yeah. 16 from the first for none.
Shot on the manipulation of the bat face. You see how open the bat face is. Help guide the ball from that vacant point position.
Here's Jason Holder from that Lozat Road end, and will use the easterly wind to push the ball across Glenn Maxwell, who we dismissed in the last game, going wide of off stump. Does have his deep point and deep backward square.
very, very careful. What line, what's your stock line? Jason Holder, very experienced, so he knows with his deep point and his deep square leg, if he can be on the off stump just inside, occasionally fourth stump. Not too much room, though.
Will be 4 more. Looks dangerous if you're a West Indian fan, the way Maxwell has begun.
Making the best use of the power play is important in a run chase like this. The West Indies had their opportunity to get over 60. 66 in their power play.
Both fielders were on the leg side, so Maxwell knew the line would be straight.
And I think mentally, it is a real challenge sometimes to bowl at a ground like this when the pitch is very good. Not always. This is only, I think, what, the 4th score over 150 in 13 T20 internationals here. Make them hit your best ball, though. That's what you want. If they hit your best ball, you can live with it at least.
Pace off their previous delivery may have been an attempt rather to go under the bat of Maxwell. And the length here, dish to Marsh, will be critical. Alzari Joseph dismissed him similarly in the first 2 games, but he's not here this evening, and we know with Marsh, margin so tiny.
He's one of those guys. At 24, I think, in one of the earlier games. If you miss it at all and over pitch, he'll hit it down the ground. It's too short. He pulls well.
There is short and there is the pull. This is exactly the start the West Indies wouldn't have wanted. Trouble.
It's a different piece for Alzari Joseph with those 2 dismissals. The first one nicked him off behind, hit the ball into a good length. But you're absolutely right. The margin for error is small against him when he's in good touch. He was out here in the Caribbean. He started batting at number 3 for Australia.
Yeah, 30 for none after 2.
In St. Lucia, it was a magical move for him to get up the order to number 3. And he made a really good fist of it. Now he's gone 1 higher and had a terrific IPL season 2025.
West Indies 10 off the first 2 overs and then 50 of the next 4 in the power play. Not in today, left of screen. Akil Hossain comes into the attack, wicketless this year in T20I cricket. 13 overs without a power play wicket for the West Indies.
And it'll be a challenge for him as well to hold his length. The 2 things that you're looking for from this end with him is the arm ball that drifts into the stumps on the wind here, which is very strong, but supplementing that with the one that holds from leg to off.
Bit of indecision. I think he's short there, Glenn Maxwell. He was late. They'll have a look, but it seems like the West Indies are confident.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire's review for a run out at the striker's end. Can you give me your best side on shot, please? Ball is collected. Batter is way out of his crease, ready with my decision to the big screen.
Good fielding, very, very important in defending or trying to defend this total. He looked in good touch, Maxwell, going for 20, 30 for one.
Josh Inglis access different parts of the ground in that 78 second T20 International. Made his ramp, his reverse ramp. Particularly dominant against the pace. Hussein dismissed him. First game of the series. Point. Oh my goodness. That has gone into the boundary.
We want to have a look at that blooper, an unforced error from Roston Chase. We saw one or two from Australia as well. That's an angry face, if ever there was one. The thing to look at is look at the crouch of Josh Inglis as he faces up to the spinner. 4 confirmed. Oh, how low he gets to the spinner.
Deep square there for that sweep shot he plays. He tried to go fine over fine leg. Hit straight. Silence at Warner Park every time a boundary is hit, except for them.
And that's one of the benefits of that crouch in his stance, where he gets low to be able to pick up length early from the spinner, as opposed to the pacer where he stands taller. So he's able to get underneath it, even though it's slightly back of a length. 2 different stances at the crease for spin and then against seam. And this is a good example of innovation or uniqueness. On the left of screen against seam, he's standing relatively higher and crouched a lot lower to the right against spin, because he wants to see and pick up the length against spin with that low crouch at the crease, and stands tall against pace. And he does it very well.
Long off. Pummeled, well stopped. The end, 39 for 1. For 1. We are in St. Kitts. Romario Shepherd in the power play and in for his first game of the series. And straight away, the dominance against pace by Josh Inglis, using his feet. That has disappeared.
Shown in his career, particularly in this format as Ravi Rampal's kids look on. the ability to score 360. And he hit the ball quite nicely down the ground at times at Sabina Park in the previous game. They're going to target the short straight boundaries. They're going to try.
Shepherd is going at 10s coming into this game in the power play. Glenn Maxwell. There's a deep third in place for Josh Inglis. Fielder's there, and Fielder takes it. Variation from Romario Shepherd, taking pace off the ball works.
Very good, and also very good is the length. So you take the pace off, you go into the surface to get them to hit into the wind, and all you're looking for is the ball to hit off center of the bat, into the wind. Sometimes it'll go for 6, but the minute it hits off center, you have your success. 15 to Josh Inglis, 45 for 2.
Cameron Green, 2 50s in 2 games of this series, and it was chasing. He's come in the power play in both innings. He started with a deep third in this innings to Inglis, maybe for that reverse round. Had to think about other options.
It's something Shepherd goes to, and he'll tell you that. We've said it for a couple of years now. Whenever he senses a batter will come hard at him, he takes pace off the ball. I was expecting him to go to it after the 6th, the first ball of the over. He held it for a couple of deliveries. Particularly because Inglis came down the pitch and hit straight first ball. Mid-off drops back to long off.
Yorker, so it's an array of skills. Remember that game that we were there, Bish? Got Duckett out, going pace off in the power play.
And what we saw from that last ball as well, and what she saw from that last ball, Ravi Rampal has been trying to teach or to encourage his bowlers, even with the newish ball, to go to the Yorker. He's trying to tell them the Yorker is not just a back of innings delivery. If you're skillful enough, you're nice, you can go Yorker even up front. It's risky. You've got to develop those skills, and I'm not saying it's easy. And particularly, folks, on a ground like this, when the pitch is good, you have to sort of come with the full package. So the Yorker we saw from Shepherd, we see the pace off into the surface and be prepared to take a risk.
A touch on that. As Bassarat, 47 for 2.
Second time in this series we've seen the West Indies take 2 wickets in that power play. Can they make it 3? I mean, the first T20 international, Australia achieved 64 for 2 in that first phase with the bat. Hussein.
Oh, yeah.
Like what I see from the options chosen by Shea Hope. Did speak about a sameness to how he went about things with his bowlers in the first two T20 internationals. Opened up with Hussein and Holder. Now we've already seen 4 different bowlers.
Oh!
So close, so close, Shakira Selman.
Yeah, trying to hit with the wind. Mitch Marsh. That iron ball again. Somehow between the stumps and Marsh.
And small. Marsh going across the line, just managing to get sufficient bat to keep this delivery out. 2 dots already, so pressure building on Mitch Marsh. What will be his next option? Will he think vertical bat and straight? Look outside edge. It will trickle into the boundary line. It will also bring up the 50 for the Australians. Not convincing from the Australian skipper.
Yeah, a few close calls, the last 3 deliveries. Unintentional, but he'll take it. Intent on going at every ball, especially in this power play phase.
Against the fielder, so that option to go square proven to be productive for Mitch Marsh. Hussein and the West Indians wouldn't mind this. It's a little higher risk than hitting with that vertical bat. And Hussein closed the over out. Just 1-4 conceded. Only 5 thus far.
Oh, man.
He does so. That's a brilliant 5th over from the left-arm spinner. 52 for 2. In this Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, so rich, so evident as well. Over for his 2nd over in the power play. Just saying, with this beautiful part of the Caribbean, it's a place where you can enjoy the natural beauty. Also, it's a country that offers much more. Eco-adventure opportunities, can taste the cuisine and the hospitality of the people as well. What a package does the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis offer? Thick outside edge, flies past Shea Hope, 4 more to Mitch Marsh, and he motos on.
He continues to go hard, Mitch Marsh, particularly when it's wide. Yeah, why not with 3rd in the circle? Not yet fluent in his stroke play. Mitch Marsh, 18 from 16 deliveries. This is an important knock for him.
Yes, advancing, not making contact. So clear frustration. Listeners will be happy with the outlook of this innings with the ball.
Yeah, just a little bit of pressure to score quickly on Mitch Marsh for a number of reasons, because of the amount of runs they're chasing, but also having seen the strike rate at which the West Indies players operated.
Catch it is a cry, catch it is a cry. Not properly timed, but sufficient enough to go into the boundary line for 4. So second 4 in the over.
Slightly over pitching on this occasion, but still splices it. Mitch Marsh is the surface and really kicks on beyond the boundary. Can't afford to get too full at Mitch Marsh. He's so strong down the ground. Forces a change immediately. Deep mid wicket comes into the circle. Mid off goes back to the boundary.
That's an edge, and that's another wicket. Holder coming up trumps, and he gets the prize wicket off the Australian skipper.
Yeah, saw the plan immediately. 2 fielders in the deep on the offside. So you knew it was going to be wide. Proper execution from Jason Holder. Safely held by Shea Hope. Again, Jason Holder has a wicket in this power play. Mitch Marsh struggles to 22 from 19 deliveries, 61 for 3.
Tim David makes his entry. This time with the opportunity to bat in this series. These versus Australia. Memory of contests back in the day, as they will say. Off the mark straight away. Into the gap. Tim David starts with a boundary, and he will end the power play on a high. 65 for 3 after 6, Australia.
Yeah, what a way to get your first knock of the tour going. Short. Pull straight out the middle of the back, swivel behind square. Just go for a boundary.
Kids are also happy with what's unfolding. And I did mention that twice before, West Indies picked up 2 wickets in the power play. For the first time, 3 wickets. Seen to continue. What you often see is Gudakesh Moti bowling primarily in that middle phase of the innings. That's another spin option available to Shea Hope. Piece off, always a very viable option here at Warner Park. Oh. Well, he got sucked in here, Mitch Marsh. With the change in the field, he was stinking straight. Jason Holder took him a little bit wider, ensured that his length was still short of that good length. Just enough to find that outside edge.
brilliant by Ruston Chase at backward point. Fielding is going to be so important in this game. Cheated by Akil Hussain. So much thought has been about West Indies and their lack of penetration, particularly in this phase of the innings. As you pointed out last game, they got 2 wickets in the power play. Then they weren't able to get any other wickets. They have 3 today. Shea Hope perhaps sensing that Akil Hussain is the man to get him another wicket here.
Oh!
Slang just pulling it back. And again, in T20 cricket, for me, it's not only about economy. That has to be a means to an end, so to speak. The outcome you're searching for is wicket. That's the way you control the game in T20 with the ball. The West Indies have struggled in their defense of targets in recent times. They desperately want another wicket to just compound the issue for the Australians. Just a little bit fuller, so great gearing up and gearing down of lengths by Akil Hussain. That's the guile and smarts required on a surface that is batting friendly. Haven't seen a significant amount of turns, so we rely on his credentials, his experience to get him through. Yeah, familiar names. David Green, our cameraman, being represented out in the middle. It'll just be a single, so Akil Hussain will feel proud of this effort. No boundaries conceded in the 7th. 70 for 3. So far. Game still hangs in the balance. We're taking into consideration what the Australians achieved in that second T20 international. 64 for 2, and then they dominated the middle phase. Urkesh Moti for the first time. What are you expecting from him, Shakira Salman?
3D on the leg side suggests he's going to target the stumps. Still expect he'll change his pace, perhaps try to spin one. More often than not, though, it's probably going to be flat and towards that leg stump, asking the right-handed batters to hit into that breeze. We've already seen Josh Inglis dismissed trying to take on that breeze.
In that straight line that you spoke earlier about, it's enticing batters to hit leg side as against through that cover region and in the V. Interesting to see Dre Ross named on that bat being used by Tim David. He's retired though, but very active out in the middle. It is Dre Ross. the chance to see Gudakesh Moti in that Global Super League playing for the Guyana Amazon Warriors, and something quite interesting, when he was bowling to a left-handed batter, he was bowling the wrist spin option. Never playing a miss. Cleanly held by Shea Hope behind the stump. So again, he spoke about his work with his bowling and him trying to just diffuse that negative matchup. Angle again, just deceiving David on that occasion.
Yeah, it really is about improving and evolving, trying to find ways to stay one step ahead of batters.
Sounded good. Didn't quite hit it off the middle of the bat, but it flies nonetheless. He's a strong man, Tim David. He gets 6. That will ease the pressure. And Keith Atherton, very, very present in the crowd. After 8, 81 for 3.
I actually think he mishit that, tried to hit it leg side. Such as the power of the man. Maximum to end the 8th.
Yeah, the Worms, West Indians were healthy all the way through. Last ball of the previous over, looking to smash that leg side. Seemed to be a leading edge. And look at the distance. Keith Atherton dropped one. That's uncharacteristic of him. Wonderful man, Keith Atherton. Exceptional. For the West Indies in his heyday. A little bit of a discussion here. What's the plan? Who are they thinking? What are they trying to achieve in the next phase? Brad Haddon alongside me, the balance of power had.
Well, you see, I tell you what, firstly, it's not fair being a bowler. That was a miss-hit there from Tim David, and that went 15 rows back. But one thing, if I'm a West Indies fan, I'm very happy where the game's situated. We're in a good situation here. Just look at those two. And David took the opportunity also to grab Jay Russ's bat and just thought, well, he doesn't need it anymore. I might as well make use of that one.
Yeah, that was the leading edge that traveled all the way for 6. Mario Shepherd back into the attack from the opposite end now. And there are two fielders there. They converge now. Just a single, so expect a wide line from this end.
Impressive thing from the bowlers tonight, Sammy, has been the consistent wickets column. Yes, Australia have come out hard, looked to take the game on, but one thing the West Indies haven't done throughout this series was get consistent wickets. It's exactly what they're doing tonight. Execution's been first class.
Yeah, so a different proposition now for Australia. And that required rate over 11s. They've lost 3 wickets. We haven't seen Tim David before in this series with the bat. We've seen Cam Green with a couple half centuries. Darren Sammy was speaking to Rahman Powell there to reinforce a couple ideas. Slight delay, there might be something wrong with the side screen again. Yeah, it's blinking. And for the first time we've seen something like that happen in this contest. We will need a technician to sort that out. The wickets had...
Yeah, first to go was a mix-up, and Maxwell was a long way short of his ground. Josh Inglis had a third man covered. Mitch Marsh nicked a ball previous. Very well bowled and executed there by Holder.
Mario Shepherd in for his first game of the series already with a wicket. And this is where things stand at the moment. West Indies are healthy, 214 for 4. Australia 82 for 3. Still need 133. Nikhil Uttamchandani is somewhere perched in the crowd. Where are you, Nikhil?
I feel at home, literally, because I'm surrounded by a group of Barbadians, champion Barbadians as well. This is the winning under-19 Rising Stars team. They won here in St. Kitts yesterday against the USA Ones. And alongside me, I've got Joshua Dorn amongst his members of the team. Josh, you got 55 not out in the final. How did it feel to lift that title yesterday?
Well, it felt really, really good, knowing that we lifted the title last year and coming back and doing it again this year. It felt really good.
I want to ask you something. I know these are your friends, right? And they're your age as well. How serious do you get? Do you ever have to get really serious with them and straighten them out?
Yeah, at times when it's needed. I try to, you know, be as straight when I need to. But normally I'm cool and calm, and yeah.
You played an under-19 World Cup, or you were part of the team with Joel Andrew, who's part of this West Indies team. How much experience did that under-19 World Cup experience give you for leadership? There's a boundary hit by Cam Green there.
Well, you know, being under Stefan Pascal, I've picked up a couple of things in terms of like field setting and decision making, so it's given me some experience.
Right, now, if we go down the line, I've got Zachary Carter, and if you look behind me, Shane Dowrish, the assistant coach, former West Indies player, tells me this man, Zachary Carter, is the most powerful under-19 batter in the region. Zach, I saw you yesterday. You hit it to all parts. Who do you model your game around in terms of current-day T20 cricket?
Kyle Mears.
Kyle Mears. And where do you get this power from? You look strong.
Just eating well, trying to stay as strong as possible, sticking with the Megans, and yeah.
A lot of cassavas, yams, that sort of stuff?
Yeah, ground provision, yes.
Ground provisions. Now come this way. We've got RJ Gittins, who is a Pickwick Club member. The same club, sorry RJ, of Shea Hope. And you are someone that you practice with Shea Hope. Tell me what you've learned from Shea in the time he spent with you. As this could be a wicket. It should be a wicket. It's Shea Hope who takes the catch.
Wonderful bowling from Romario Shepherd. That plan from around the wicket going across the right-hander, something we've spoken about from the pavilion end. Can't particularly reach it. Cam Green, simple enough catch for Shea Hope. A centurion from the first innings, all smiles now. Another Australian goes, 87 for 4. Debut series for Mitch Owen. Strike rate in a small sample size, but it was an exceptional knock for him. His first international outing. And a lot of work to be done this time around. This is the reason why he's here. Smart bowling from Romario Shepherd. Good planning, better execution. Right, so there's going to be a change in field for the new batter. There'll be the deep third, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, then the long on and sweeper. Wide signal. A little bit too short. Congratulations to that Barbados on the 19 team that won the regional tournament. They've now completed the double, the women and the men. And Shakira Selman is smiling proudly in the room next door. She has a part to play with the young gems in Barbados. So congratulations to her as well. And that's all along the carpet for 4. And what a way to get off the mark. Owen, 92 for 4. Let's return to Nikhil.
Took the last catch, a member of the Pickwick Club. He got 100 today. I've got RJ Gittins. RJ, in the time you observed Shea, what have you learned about the way international cricketers go about things?
I learned that the work ethic they have to put in is really demanding, but they have to be really fit to play this cricket. So.
And we've got a top order batter from Pickwick as well, Micah Greenwich. Micah, what about you? What inspires you about Shea Hope?
Well, the way he goes about his game, you know, and the maturity that he shows at the crease. I really look up to him as a role model, obviously, because I went to Pickwick and he inspired me a lot growing up, obviously, because I started my game at Pickwick, so seeing him transfer is still so...
Right, Shaquan is here as well. Shaquan, you guys have got on shades. Micah, come on, let's see these shades. What are y'all thinking? It's nighttime. Darker's on?
Yeah, my darker's on.
Well, the glare has me in a bit of problems right now, so I just decided to put on the shades.
He's protecting his eyes. Before we come back to you guys, this guy here, Zondre Baptiste, I captained him at secondary school, so his cricketing prowess, I'll take some credit. Thank you, Zondre.
Of course, it was a pleasure to play under a man of his caliber. It was very terrifying, but you know, he had me covered all the time.
Good leadership, and this team, good skills, winning the Under-19 tournament.
Get back in the comebacks, Nikhil. What are you talking about captaining the young man in secondary school? Yeah, wonderful stuff from the Barbados Under-19 team, and congratulations once more. Yeah, back to the cricket though, out in the middle, had 4 down now. David and Owen out there.
Oh, yes!
Yeah, this is a really good opportunity for both Tim David and Mitch Owen. They're only new to this Australian team, but everyone out, these are the situations you want to test your new players under pressure.
Wow, the sound of the bat, that was a mellifluous, magnificent strike off the bat of Dre Ross, but it's Tim David striking.
100 up there for the Australians. Tim David, you know how powerful he is. We've seen it a lot more at the back end of the innings. He's given the opportunity tonight up the order and 96 metres. Come on, Timmy, you can go further than that.
That was a monster. 4 sixes now in innings. West Indies, in their innings, hit 13. That was something that Australia did well in game 1. They outgunned the West Indians from a 6-hitting perspective. They need to catch up. But you just think, though, had a required rate of 10s, 11s, 12s, even 15s at this venue gettable.
It is gettable. The one thing Mowatt's done really well every time he's had opportunity is he's owned the stumps. And he's got to trust that skill now to Tim David. He's got to bowl at the stumps, get him to make a decision. If the ball does skid, it brings LB into play. And the back-to-back sixes there from Tim David. Nice catch in the crowd there. Just got to take his time, not overplay his hand here, and just trust what he's done. Own those stumps, he'll get enough purchase. One might skid, one might take the surface.
That's another. That's in the top tier. That's a hat-trick of 6s now before Tim David. Brutal batting. It really is Goliath-like.
Yeah, just look at this, just outside Tim David's eye line. Having the opportunity to step, hit and free his hands. The Australian crowd there, they appreciate it. It's 90 metres. I don't think he's done yet, Tim David.
And another. You're right, Hads, he's not done yet. That's 4 consecutive sixes. 28 in the over, 10 gone. 120 for 4. And it's time for everyone to have a little break, and the Dasani water break comes. Dasani water will be providing vital hydration for cricketers of all ages across the region, from age grade to the men's and women's international teams. Thanks for your support, Dasani.
Australian batting card. A lot of starts from Marsh, Maxwell, Inglis, Tim David has come off out in an aggressive frame of mind. There's a story tonight with the ball. Shepherd's got 2, Holder got 1. Just get the feeling need to find a 6 and 7 bowler. This is the last over here. Tim David, the most expensive of the series so far. 4 powerful sixes, and the last one was the icing on the cake. It's got Jay Russ's bat, his take, and a real liking for the spin of the West Indies here tonight.
Now look at that strike rate. That was Moti's most expensive spell of his T20 career, international and otherwise. 28, Akil Hussain back into the attack for his final over. There's some turn too wide though. Darren Sammy would no doubt have had some words to say along with Shea Hope in this final 10 overs, what they need to do. And they maintain their composure.
To me, that conversation needs to be about is staying calm. Trust your skills. Don't have to overplay your hand at this stage of the game. You'd hope Darren Sammy just be getting that point across, play the game at your pace, stay calm.
We just saw from that graphic only the 5 bowlers used by the West Indians. He's plotting away And one of those 5 bowlers is the debutant Jedediah Blades. He's only bowled 1. Will they return to him? Who can they turn to otherwise? Yeah, that's a no ball from Akil Hussain. So this is a gift. And Tim David is on strike. He doesn't need a second invitation. And he can ill afford that. The confirmation of it there. Does he capitalize? Yeah, that's gone. That's monstrous. That's almost all the way to Nevis. Brute force from Tim David. It's disappeared.
Well, that's the biggest of them all. It's just gone the arm ball. Deep in the crease, Tim David. That's his 6-6. He's definitely taking a liking to the left arm spin. Oh, 89 metres. I mean, it's definitely bigger than the previous.
Now, Tim David is on 49. If he gets the 50 in the next delivery or off the next delivery, it will be the fastest T20I half century for Australia. And look at how that worm has jumped. It's gotten some life. And can he register the fastest ever T20I half century for Australia? Marcus Stoinis and Travis Head currently on 17. There he gets there. It's a 50. It's the fastest ever T20I half century for Australia. And it's 750 overall. He seems to be cramping though. Maybe wants a change of gloves, but wonderful knock. Ball striking like you've never seen before.
Yeah, that's a wonderful innings under pressure there from Tim David. His teammates there very appreciative. A bit of a celebration too for the boys. It looks like the claw. But what a knock there from Tim David. 53 from 16 balls, 3 4s and 6 6s. Great display of power under pressure.
Now he's hit 6 out of the 8 6s that Australia have hit. That's even further. The moment he released the ball, Akil Hussain knew it was 6. Yeah, that's gone over the pavilion, it's gone over the cameras. It's a 50 partnership of just 14 deliveries. Carnage here.
That's just a step and hit there from Tim David. And just look at the power. On straight over the pavilion, over the cameraman and outside the ground. This is a momentum-changing knock here from Tim David under pressure. It's been 47 from the last 2 overs.
Wow, this is insane level batting. And from Tim David in particular. 47 from the last 10 deliveries. Can you believe it? He's hit 7 6s now. Already registered a historical knock. Fastest ever T20I half century. 19 from this Akil Hussain over with 2 deliveries remaining. That no ball didn't help his cause. They're silent. Their body language says a lot. What's that required run rate now, Hads? It's just over 8. A moment ago we were talking about 12s and 15s.
Tim David's innings here, obviously impressive power, but to me, he's come out and done it under pressure. West Indies were just had their front nose in front of the game, but the way he's come out and dictated terms. Oh! And this is why the guys like Tim David, Mitch Owen are so important in this form of the game with the power. It's over completed. Australia 140 now before.
Yeah, 140 for 475 or 50 for Tim David. It has been breathtaking batting from him. Ruston Chase into the attack with his off spin. He might be looking to fire them through more than anything else. He's round the wicket to David. If there is a fielder straight, he doesn't take the single hands. He wants all six.
No, this is where he thinks his matchup, he's right here and now, Tim David. He wants a couple of sixes, at least 3 off Chase in this over. Australia can actually win the game right here in this over. It's well bowled. Chase knows exactly what Tim David wants. He wants one pitched middle and leg so he can open the front half of his body and use that short leg side boundary, but to stay outside his eye line.
Yeah, that's gone. The moment you miss, you're going to disappear, and that's what he's waiting for, Tim David. He took the strike, he denied the single of the first delivery because he wants to face the entirety of this over at another 6 to his tally.
Yeah, this is just pressure here from Tim David. Chase, to me, just needs to slow the game down. You don't have to rush. Get back, take your time, take a couple of breaths at the top of your mark and execute. There's no excuse for that at this time of the game.
Yeah, record-breaking knock from Tim David, 87 for 4. And they were Australia under tremendous pressure. 8 sixes in that knock, and 3 fours. Just the power. Absolutely phenomenal ball striking from Tim David. I thought it was a cramp, but it's actually his celebration, claw-like. Right, what can Ruston Chase do? He has that fielder straight, that long one, very straight. Can he minimize the damage in this over? That's gone as well. It's another 6. It's just skirted off the roof of the stand. And the third umpire, fourth umpire, someone will have to come out with another ball.
Yeah, another 6 here from David. This is a strange decision for me to bowl Chase. Seen over the last couple of overs, Tim David take a liking to both spinners. To me, at this stage of the game, let's look at this, outside his eye line. Just allowed Tim David to free his hands, but to me, when you talk about moments in matches, this is a really interesting decision to bowl another spinner. We've seen him take a liking to a Sane. Those spinners mow it. I would have went with my best fast bowling option to try to get Tim David out when he's in a mood like this.
Yeah, one of the problems is that they've got this guy on debut, and so that pressure is something he may not be able to cope with. 67 runs he scored off spinners.
That, to me, that's why it's such a strange decision to go with Chase. Go back to your number 1 fast bowler in Holder. When he's in a mood like this, Tim David, after 2 powerful overs, you've got to find a way to get a wicket. It's not about getting through an over and waiting for the back end of the game. Now it's about winning the moment right here and now.
Chase changes the angle. He's over the wicket now.
Boy.
He fires that in. Tim David acknowledges it's a good delivery. She's silent. Quite a lot of the West Indian fans in the crowd are silent. 14 deliveries for that third 50. And guess what? It was a dot delivery, but it's a no ball. And so it's not a dot delivery, and it's a free hit. And guess who's the recipient? Tim David again. No ball from the spinners. And that's 4. Really is disdainful batting from David.
Yeah, this is just really poor execution here from Chase. What he's done in this situation is panicked. He needs someone to stay calm, trust their stock ball. Look at that waist-high full toss. Lucky that wasn't another no ball. Still one more ball left in this over. There's been 17 from it.
Yeah, the last few overs have been really disappointing from a West Indian standpoint. They were in a strong position. They've relinquished that strength spectacularly. That's another 6. That's why he wanted strike. 71 runs in the last 3 overs. 12 gone, 163 for 4.
Tim David, another well-timed 6 there. 23 off that over. Australia a 1 for 163.
Tim David, outstanding, hitting brave. And what you're seeing more and more in T20 cricket, when guys back themselves to turn down singles, to advantage and over. The run rate has just gone vertical. Jediah Blades back into the attack. 1 over for 16. Deep backward point, deep cover. Does he go wide or not? Does go wide. Akira Selman has been watching intently from next door. Your thoughts?
The opposite handling of emotions. West Indies not able to remain composed when pressure was reverting on them. Tim David, though, devastating stroke play. Such maturity, good decision making, dominance.
Fascinating to me watching Tim David, because these fans have been given something to take with them. Coca-Cola fan of the day would have seen some royal entertainment from Shea Hope. So much of what Tim David has done, to be honest with you, even during the IPL, he's now an IPL winner with RCB, and all the way through the season he had a high strike rate, but he was sort of pigeonholed into coming in those last 5 overs, and all the talk was he can't come in earlier, he's a finisher, maybe he doesn't play, maybe wrist spin all that well. And I know personally that he has been chomping at the bit to come in higher in T20 cricket. He's done it about 5 times for Australia, coming in at 5, a couple of times at 4. Clearly he's good enough. Go wide again, Blades. A short, catch it to cry, lands safely. Big test for Blades.
A test, though, that you want to see him in. You want to see him challenge. West Indies are looking for death bowlers. The only way you're going to develop those death bowlers are by putting them in situations as such. No Obed McCoy in the setup anymore. And of course, McCoy himself took 6 wickets in one of the last T20 internationals played here against India back in 2022. You need someone to sort of fill that slot, and you need a point of difference. Him being a left-arm seamer, and with what he's done recently in Super 50 and in T20 Breakout League, he may be the man to fill that role. Ron Paul is smiling because he's happy with the way he's executed so far and what I've seen from him. He's good with the new ball, of course, went for runs today, but he's also good at this stage, has variations.
It's a bit like a rocket. Yeah, it'll take time to develop that. Let's not go too far. That's a decent over, just 5 off it. 168 for 4. Ravi Mampol's little kick. The mother is embarrassed in the white t-shirt. And they're very talented, actually. Those two little kids from Ravi Rampol on trial for the Trinidad and Tobago under 13, I think. And he's got little brother joins in. They're joyful spirits and they love the game. Great for them to be here. Fully agree with you with Blades and the angle of the left-handed seamer as well. West Indies want that and a Yorker bowler. Now, Romario Shepherd into the attack, or back in. He's been good. 2 for 19 from 2 overs. What's his plan? He's got a deep backward point and a deep extra cover if he wants to bowl that wide line, and 3 deep fielders lining the leg side if he wants to go into the pitch with pace off. My goodness, that is some strike. I'm not sure I'd be paying for a seat down in that section of the ground today without a helmet on.
They're not safe if you're here at the ground, not with Tim David striking it like this. It just gets outside off stump, expecting Mitch Owen getting into the app. Just getting himself close enough to the ball by stepping outside off stump. Does he counter it, Shepherd? Good. This is where he's been good. He's been struck for boundaries, but the follow-up delivery has been very good from Shepherd so far. And most times, he's executed well and bowled to his field.
They have spent so much time in the last couple of months in the same dressing room at RCB. Tim David and Romario Shepherd, IPL winners. Now, how well do they know each other in this matchup? That's the one into the pitch. May have been a little cutter. He has hammered that.
Tim David is slightly slower, you know, and somehow he's managed to hammer that beyond the field, right deep mid wicket.
For all of that, less than a runner ball required. 90 to Tim David. A strike rate of 300 from 30 deliveries. Got him. No, put it down. That was a sitter. It really was. Brandon King, you can't do that.
No, she says. They're all disappointed. Lightly out Fox with the slower delivery. Tried to whip it. And straight through the hands into the chest. It cost them.
High, it's high, and lands safely. Remember, hitting into the wind on that side of the ground. 184 for 4. It's unfortunate for Mario Shepherd because you're asking them to hit into the wind that side. Clearly that's where he went to flip it. He went reverse cup. Made up his mind early to go fingers pointing up. And sometimes the hands get in front of the eyes and therefore catching the rebound as opposed to with fingers pointing slightly down provides that expression. Yeah, they can't believe it. I couldn't believe it. What has he done? Jason Holder from around the wicket. Eleven sixes from Tim David. It's been brutal. That over off Moti, then Akil Hussain, and then all comers. My God. Curious to see the skill set with less than a run ball required here, but what's the skill set that Jason Holder will bring at this stage? He's got 3 fielders behind point. And everyone else apart from short fine leg is on the boundary.
The fielders suggest he'll perhaps try to go to his Yorkers. Can't afford to go short and wide and be struck over those fielders at point.
Partnership comes up. Mitchell in contribution 18. It's Tim David's highest score in T20 internationals for Australia. Remember, he played for Singapore initially. They migrated from Australia. The parents went to Singapore. I think dad was an engineer. Went back to Australia. With his mom and dad in the IPL. They're so proud of him. Inadvertent, but runs for Owen.
I want him to go for a change of delivery. First time he's gone back of a length in this over, Jason Holder. That's the risk you take. Going short and slightly wide. With those fielders in the circle behind point.
Now 192 for 4. if you're doing a comparative study of where West Indies were after 15 overs, they were 165 for 2. West Indies got 49 off the last 5 tonight. Australia only need 23. Blades back in the attack. Flat and hard and muscle from Owen.
Bouncing all the way to the finish line, the Australians. He already showed what he's capable of in that first T20 international, Mitch Owen. Pretty much played the supporting role in this partnership. But when it's in his zone, he'll make the most of it as well.
To reload that, 17 required from, or 16 now from 29. West Indies have only won 2 of their last 18 T20 internationals. 2 of 18. So real concerns, and we continue to say it about the bowling perspective. It'll take time to get this young bowling attack, largely young. Some would say Shepherd isn't all that young, and Holder definitely not. But Blades is.
Yes, why these series they'll play before that World Cup are so important as the 200 comes up. They have to find a way to be committed to a certain group of players, identify a certain group of players, and ask them to perform the roles that they're likely to perform when they head over to India and Sri Lanka. It will take some time, but the only way you continue to develop is by being given these opportunities. If this is the core group, these guys have to be given continual opportunities. Glimpses of what Jadier Blaze can do. Of course, there's Matthew Ford on the bench as well. And actually, he's on the field as a substitute, not given an opportunity today. Remember, he's coming to this squad to replace Dre Russ.
Oh, my goodness. He continues to amaze here tonight, Tim David. His first match of this series. He's played some 13 T20 games at this ground and averages 35. His first T20 international at the venue. And he's played CPL here.
One hit away from his first T20 century, Tim David.
Owen has had the best seat in the house, and he's gone about his job quietly. His mom and dad, we just saw his mom and dad and his girlfriend sitting in the crowd. 30 from 15, a strike rate of 200. And he almost looked as if he hasn't flexed a muscle, really. Some run chase, highest successful run chase of his ground for another 10 runs. T20Is.
Remember, Australia were 87 for 4 when the informed batter Cameron Green was dismissed. This is good signs for the Australians. We're giving opportunities to many players as they too try to develop their team, figure out what's the best team going over to that World Cup and the best template for them to play. They've said they'll continue to go hard. And Green himself said batters are asked not to take up the time of other batters. The mindset is to go hard from ball one, keep looking for sixes, and then gear down if anything.
I see Tim David pigeonholed as a death finisher in any other franchise that might burn the ground down. Just hold on. Does he hold on? 6. No, he signals 6. He stepped back over the rope. Even that doesn't go the way of the West Indies tonight. 2-11 for 4.
Feel for Jadier Blades. It could have been a maiden T20 international wicket. Unfortunately, Rahman Powell, fielder at long on, just could not keep himself within the boundary.
Ooh, talk about pyrotechnics tonight. 16 sixes for Australia, 98 to Tim David. Oh, Tim David. David has batted more like Goliath tonight here at Warner Park. His first T20 international 100. And it is a match-winning one. Fastest T20 international 100 for Australia, and the 3rd fastest involving a full member nation in this format. They know him here in the Caribbean. He's been playing domestic T20 cricket over the years. That is monstrous. And Australia take the series with 2 games to go, an unassailable 3-0 lead. They win here by 6 wickets at Warner Park. West Indies will be crestfallen for that Shea Hope 100 in vain. The bowling tested again.
Yeah, mighty, dominant, and series defining by Tim David. What a moment for him. Disappointment for every West Indian. Shea Hope especially. His first T20 international century as well. Unfortunately for him, in a losing cause, but it's been all about Tim David. 102 from just 37 deliveries. Strike rate of 275. 11 maximums. Took a liking to the spinners in particular. Gudakesh Moti initially took 28 from his over, 20 of Akil Hossain. Then he took apart Roston Chase in his solitary over, and everyone else that followed.
Quite incredulous. If you followed this game, you would know that Australia have just shown their class, their worth in this format of the game. They've absorbed pressure nicely. And then Tim David intervened. That innings was brutal. 102 from 37. Guess what? Not only winning by 6 wickets, but with overs to spare. Joint 3rd fastest T20I century involving full member nations. That's the accomplishment achieved by Tim David. His first T20 international century and his first 100 in T20s. So a remarkable accomplishment by the right-hander. Came in at a difficult time and he just took control of the situation. West Indian bowlers, well, they struggled to contain boundary scoring, struggled to get the right bowling partnerships to then seize more control after a very good power play phase had Australia at 65 for 3. But Shea Hope just couldn't get his bowlers responding. Once more, West Indies bowling not able to back up a brilliant effort with the bat. It was Shea Hope who led them with his 1 or 2 not out. First West Indian to score a T20 international century against Australia was a captain's knock, and he'll be very disappointed that the outcome of the game didn't go in favor of his side. Australia going on to win by 6 wickets in this third T20 international and take the series 3-0. This was the end, quite fittingly. Winning runs coming off the bat of Tim David, and the celebration followed. How pleased his teammates were to applaud a spectacular innings from a powerful T20 batter. Moment to inspire a generation. That sort of effort you don't really see often in T20 cricket. But it has led Australia to yet another win and a series win. So for now, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll have more for you.
Welcome to the post-match presentation at the end of the third T20 International in this Cricket West Indies series, West Indies taking on Australia in 2025. We'd like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible: CG United, BetCage Sports, Dasani, Courts, Macron, Coca-Cola, Powerade and St. Kitts Tourism. Firstly, I'll ask Mr. Biles Bascom, Director of Cricket West Indies, to present the CWI Player of the Match to Tim David. 102 from 37 deliveries with 11 sixes and 6 fours. One of the most belligerent innings you will see in a T20 game. Tim has got a mic. Tim, please step back for me. Thank you. We want to see you, all of you. Tim, was this not tonight a statement to teams around the world that Tim David should be batting earlier in T20 innings?
Absolutely not. It was just having a great time out in the middle, playing for the Australian team, and every opportunity we get to play out here, we want to make the most of it.
Tell me about the period leading up to this series where you were out of the game and even had to watch the first game here. How much do you think that motivated you to be at your best?
Yeah, it was really nice to have a period at home and get my body right. Obviously picked up a niggle. It's just, you didn't think about it too much. I didn't think I would have the opportunity to score 100 for Australia, so I'm so grateful for that opportunity and pretty stoked.
What was your thought process behind the way you took down the spinners, especially on this surface?
Yeah, the pitch was good, and obviously there's a strong breeze, small boundaries, so you've got to back your strengths, and that's probably best when I'm attacking them.
I know you've played a couple of seasons here in the CPL. Do you think that kind of helped your knowledge of the surface and conditions?
Absolutely. It's it's great to have experience and positive experiences playing at a ground, and Warner Park can be a brilliant place to bat, especially when the pitch is good. So yeah, you always use that experience, and it was helpful tonight.
There are about 10,000 children at home screaming at their TVs, wanting to hit the ball like you. What do you do in practice? What are the methods behind getting this much power?
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time practicing my power hitting, and to be honest now I'm trying to focus on shot selection because that power game is always there, and it's what I build my game around, so it's important to make the right decisions at the right time, and obviously if you bat for a length of balls without getting out, then you get the chance to make big scores.
Jerry Russ, on your bat, was this one for him?
I've been carrying that bat for about a year, and it felt right to use it this series, so thanks, big man.
Outstanding innings, well played.
Thanks, Nick.
Tim David, a centurion and player of the match. We'll now ask Shea Hope, the West Indies captain, to come forward. Shea, it's a tough one. I want you to also step back. No, not to me, step back. Thank you. Shea, when and where do you think and feel like this game was lost?
I honestly don't think we had enough runs on the board. On a pitch like that, you understand the dimensions of the ground. It's very difficult to defend a score of 200 at St. Kitts with that surface. So I think we just fell a few runs short, and obviously with the ball we needed to pick up a lot more wickets more consistently, and it just didn't happen for us today.
It's not the first time you've sort of lost it at the back end of the innings, and you've batted first a lot recently. Why do you think you guys are not able to structure that complete innings?
Yeah, we'd love to win the toss one of these days, but yeah, it's just something that we pride ourselves on. We're very powerful strikers of the ball, but I think we also need to give credit to the Australian bowlers. They bowled very well in the death overs in the last couple of games, but it's something that we need to revisit and have a look at. It's very important for us to finish the innings strong. We see how Timmy D is striking the ball, so if we can take some of that from him and then make it more challenging for the Aussie bowlers to not settle and just fall into their spell. So it's something that we need to correct and correct quickly.
As a bowling group with eyes on the World Cup, where do you go from here?
We need to get better at execution. It's plain and simple. We haven't been executing the way we wanted to. We need to make it a lot more difficult for the opposition batters to score freely. And it's something that we always talk about. We understand it. We know that that's where we're falling short, but we definitely need to find the solutions for it.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow evening, and again, tough luck.
Thank you.
That's Shea Hope, captain of the West Indies. We'll now get the winning captain, Mitch Marsh, who's won the series here in St. Kitts. Mitch, you've had a lot of experience captaining and playing. Where does this series win rank for you?
I think every series win's really special, especially with a youngish group and guys getting opportunities. So, yeah, certainly rapt to be 3-0 up after 3 games.
This powerful identity that we've seen from you guys across the first 2 games, is this what you want from your team with a World Cup around the corner?
Oh, look, I think we're trialling guys in, I wouldn't say trialling, we're giving guys opportunities in different positions. And yeah, we've played well collectively as a group so far. I thought we executed really well with the ball tonight, certainly in the back end after being under a bit of pressure early. And then no words for that innings from Tim David.
Mitch, do you feel like the fact that you've got senior players missing, and this is an opportunity for many players, is that almost serving as extra incentive for the younger guys to do their best?
Oh, I think, you know, we've seen the guys that have hopefully come in and just enjoying playing cricket for Australia, and it should be fun. It is hard, but it should be fun, and we've got a really nice group here. You know, guys have come in and played exceptionally well, and I think just as a group we've played, you know, really good cricket.
Well said, and congrats on the series win.
Thank you.
Dominant. That's what Australia showed today with ball in the back end of the innings, the last 5 overs, and then with the bat. Tim David rising to the challenge, getting his first T20 international century, 102. So to Shea Hope with that 102, first West Indian to get a T20I century against Australia. So real standout performances from both sides, but in the end it was Australia going on to win by 6 wickets and lead that 5-match series 3-0. So CG United moment of the match comes from this man. He was exceptional. 11 sixes in his innings, his first T20I century. What a performance. Fastest T20I century for Australia. Remember, didn't get a chance to bat in that last game, but definitely the hero tonight. The CG United moment of the match. Yeah, so look at what Australia has accomplished so far in this series. They won the Test series 3-0. Now securing the T20I series 3-0 as well. With 2 games remaining, West Indies will have to fight hard for a bit of pride. That next match, of course, on Saturday, to be followed by the last one on Monday. Speaking of it, we will come on air at 18:30 local time. Again, the entertainment would be royal, as you've seen tonight. Batting dominant, bowlers under the pump. Australia will face off against the West Indies in that 4th T20 International tomorrow. So we really thank you for your company. From all of us here, we say goodbye, but don't forget, we still have ESPN's Around the Wicket coming to you right after we say goodbye. Bye-bye for now. CG United moment of the match. CG United moment of the match celebrated by West Indian captain Shea Hope, bringing up his first T20 international century, his first by West Indian against Australia. The second West Indian cricketer to achieve centuries across all formats. What a knock from the West Indian captain. The CG United moment of the match.
Welcome everyone to ESPN Around the Wicket at the end of this third T20 international between the West Indies and Australia. And we saw something very, very special tonight. Two excellent knocks. It's a pity that someone had to come out on the losing side. Not too tough to say. Brad Haddon and Samuel Badri here with me. Just a reminder, if you watched a bit of the game or you're seeing it for the first time, this is what transpired with Australia winning the toss yet again. Electing to field first, West Indies got to 214 for 4, with Shea Hope getting 102, Brandon King with 62, and then Australia. They were like 87 for 4 at one stage and ended up piling on 215 for 4, with Tim David getting his first T20 international, 100, 102, and Mitch Owen 36 not out. So a 6-wicket win, and they take the series 3-0, Brad, because it's Australia's evening and night again. How are we supposed to think about that Tim David knock?
Well, you remember where you are in special moments. 2007 here, Matthew Hayden scored an unbelievable 100, and people are still talking about that. But what Tim David did tonight, under pressure, the game was on the line when Tim David, Mitch Owen came to the crease, but the way he bullied the game, the way he picked his mark, which I was most impressed about. But to come and do that, 11 sixes, 6 fours, under pressure, and a winner game for Australia, you'll go a long way to see a better innings than that.
Samuel Badri, what are we reminding ourselves of here?
Well, we've seen him in the CPL before, Bishwa, a couple of seasons, and we know of his power, we know of his prowess, and he's just, as you mentioned there, just reminding us out is the ability to absorb the pressure. When he went out to bat there, the game was in the balance. If anything, it was in the favour of the West Indies. He was able to counter that, re-exert pressure on the opposition, timed his innings to perfection, and showed all of his power. We know he's powerful, but those 11 sixes, there were sixes at any venue. We speak about the size of Warner Park, but those sixes were mammoth.
Before we get deeper into the analysis, though, Brad, it's a particular bone of contention with me when I see him playing franchise cricket, and people talk about him as a finisher, someone they want in the last 4 overs, 3 overs. How do you feel about that?
Well, it's interesting. When I look at the batting order, I don't put Tim David at a number. I put him at a time when he should come into the wicket, whether that's in the 9th over, whether it's the 15th. But tonight was a really good matchup for him because they had no wrist spin, and that has been his Achilles heels at time. But he matched up really well to both left-arm spinners and the off-spinner, which was a strange decision to bowl it at any stage. But I pick a time in the game, and I think that's what Australia did really well. They could have put Mitch Owen up in front of him, but it was the right time for Tim David to come in and get momentum back, and that's exactly what he did tonight.
Yeah, it's the 3rd earliest time he's come into the crease playing for Australia in T20 internationals. And Samuel Badri talked about that power. I almost felt sorry at times for the ball tonight. I mean, it was just everywhere.
Yeah, and we had to change quite a few of them because they were disappearing out of Warner Park, out to Lozak Road. And every time he struck that ball, it's mammoth. Look at the numbers. It just increases. And he really showed how strong he is. We speak about his power, we speak about his reach, the ability to hit those balls that are short of a length. We know that if it comes full at this venue, it's going to disappear. But those back of a length deliveries that he's able to pull down to the leg side is what perhaps sets him apart from all of the other batters that we've seen here tonight. One of the other things that I want to mention quickly is what we heard from Cam Green, Bish and Hads in an interview that he did before the start of the game. He mentioned that it's almost like when you're batting, you don't want to get in the way of the others behind you. So you have that confidence as a batter, knowing that you have so much depth, so much power. So if you're batting at that number 3, number 4 position, you want to get on with the game. You don't want to get too deep into the game without Tim David and those guys batting. And that's the sort of mentality that this Australian batting lineup has. That's a dangerous mentality.
He must, that knock, just like to find out where it elevates him to in terms of standing among some of the best we've seen.
Well, he's one of the best we've seen regard to power. He's a genuine match winner, and tonight we've seen that under pressure, which that's what I like most about the innings tonight. He came out and he picked his moments to the spin. Mowat came on and he knew his matchup was this moment right here, and he rolled the dice. He went after the game and tried to win the game right there for Australia. At that exact moment, the game was close. West Indies probably had their head a little bit in front in the game, but the way Tim David went after the spin, there was an interesting moment when Chase came on to bowl. The first ball, he hit down to long on.
Refused to single.
He didn't run. And you talk about matchups in 2020 cricket a lot, but it was on display right there. He said, no, this is my matchup. I'm going to go after this over and hit 3 or 4 sixes, and that's exactly what he did. So, yes, there was power, but there was also a lot of gamesmanship involved in that innings tonight as well.
100%, and we're seeing that more and more right here in the Caribbean. We've seen Kieron Pollard, a teammate of Samuel Badri, do it, and that Moti over a little bit more Samuel Badri about that Moti. What gave him the inclination that, hey, I need to go here?
Well, I suppose he was looking at the run rate as well, Tim David, and he just felt that on this surface and the end from which he's batting with those straight boundaries that are quite short, he felt that he needed to go. And the moment he got the first one out, you just felt as though he sensed blood and he went for the kill. That was Moti's most expensive over in T20 cricket, in T20 International, in T20 cricket overall. It's not often we see someone like Gudakesh Moti being taken down like that, but it has to do with the nature of the surface and also the situation of the game. He felt that he needed to go, he backed himself and he just dispatched them.
There's so many narratives that we will develop in the next 3 parts, but there was a chance when he was on 90 to Brandon King.
Pressure. It's as simple as that, and we've seen it on a couple of occasions when he was batting. This here, regulation catch. King's got great hands. We've seen that through his whole career, but you have to go back to Chase's over. He bowled a no ball. We've seen a no ball from Hussain as well. It's pressure, Bish, and in those big moments, you want your best players trusting their basics, doing the simple things right. Take a step back. You shouldn't bowl a no ball in that situation. You shouldn't drop a catch when the game's on the line there. They're little gamesmanship moments that West Indies need to win and identify quicker than what they are.
Yeah, they'll come out under pressure. So look, it was breathtaking. If you missed it, it was absolutely breathtaking. So we will take a pause here, and when we come back in the next section, we'll talk a little bit more about planning and maybe some of West Indian batting and bowling. Don't go away. Yeah, welcome back to ESPN Around the Wicket. Brad Haddon and Samuel Badgery still here with me. Just a reminder of how the match panned out, with West Indies getting to 214 for 4. Shea Hope's 100 was the foundation of that. And then Australia, 215 for 4, winning by 6 wickets in the end. It was like taking candy from a baby, really, with Tim David lionizing himself here at Warner Park. The West Indies bowlers, there were little times, particularly early on, when they picked up 4 wickets, 1 for 35 for Holder, 2 for 39 for Romario Shepherd, who I thought bowled very well early up and could have had Tim David when Tim David was 90. Moti expensive, Chase very expensive, and Blades, he is still learning 40 off his 3. So when we talk about the West Indies, Samuel Badgery, and how they went early up, taking 4 wickets, how are we to contextualize it?
Well, I think that's something that they've been working on, taking wickets in the power play, taking wickets in the early part of the game. When you look at their record prior to that, it's something that they haven't done well. They actually have one of the worst records in terms of taking wickets throughout an innings, in addition to being very expensive. So they would have been very pleased with what they did in that power play, and certainly in the first half of the innings, Jason Holder again showing his experience and his worth, and then Romario Shepherd with that angle and what he was able to do. So up until that point, the West Indians were on top of the game. 87 for 4, I think Australia were chasing that over 214 run mark. But it's what happened thereafter. They weren't able to, I suppose, hold their composure. We saw them during that water break trying to have a discussion when they were a bit under pressure. But in the second half of the innings, I think things fell away quite spectacularly. I thought that some of the bowling changes were a little bit strange. We saw
go into depth with that.
Right, so we saw the 3 spinners. We saw Akil Hussain, I think he went for 23, then Moti went for 28, and then you came back with Ruston Chase, who conceded 23. So from those 3 spinners overs, that's 71 runs conceded. And I just think that at that stage of the innings, perhaps Jediah Blades could have been, they could have perhaps gone to Jediah Blades from this side, from the pavilion end. The guy on debut, this was the discussion during that water break. What were the plans at that point, and how were they to contain this Australian juggernaut? So I just think that some of the decision making wasn't particularly on point tonight.
So that's an interesting discussion right there. The coaches come out, he spoke to the captain, they were both very animated, which is great. But the decision from there out to the wicket didn't make sense from where we were watching. The spin Tim David had dominated, then they went to chase, and you could see straight away, everyone in the crowd, everyone in the comms box knew that was a matchup. Straight away they knew that was a matchup. But why is that happening? Is it inexperience? Is it planning? Or is it the pressure of the moment that is getting to the West Indies? Because at times they played some really good cricket and they were in front of the game. But as soon as the pressure came on, all of a sudden their decision-making went a bit hazy. And is that inexperience, Sammy?
Well, I'll add to that. I even look at the combination of the team. When you go back to the test match, we saw at times Jamal Warrican was played ahead of a fast bowler when Australia dropped their #1 frontline spinner. Tonight here, they dropped their spinner, Australia that is, in Kuhneman, and they went with the extra fast bowler. West Indies continued with their spin bowlers, and they had Ruston Chase there as a backup. So even from a combination and a team selection standpoint, sometimes it raises some questions. But yeah, it redounds to, I suppose, Shea Hope now taking over the captaincy, maybe in the last couple of series or so from Rovman Powell. He's still finding his way in this format, and those little decisions, if you don't get them right, can be quite costly.
Well, you talk about those little decisions there, though, Bish, and you talk about selection. To me, it's more about getting the decision right. When Tim David was going there, I think he'd got around 50 runs in the last 2 overs from spin. And then they went the third. To me, you're bowling your best bowler there right now, whether that's Holder, bring pace on, he can get your wickets. It's the decision-making there that, to me, is the problem. Yep. I don't think it's selection. I don't think it's selection, because they've been in the game. We've seen, even with their batting, tonight they played really well, but they left 40 runs out there. So at the end, it was an execution thing again. So I think they've got to look at those moments and being really clear, go back, analyse that, and sit down and have a discussion about what they were thinking in that moment there and why they come up with those decisions.
Yeah, and we might have to sit down and have some analysis on those decisions a little bit further as well. So when we look at the pitch map of the spinners, Samuel Badri? Are we to sort of derive anything from this?
Yeah, I just felt that the length on this surface, because of the very short straight boundaries, you come to Warner Park and you're thinking, don't get full, because you don't want to be hit straight back over your head. And sometimes when you have that thought, that's exactly what you do. You either go too full or you bowl too short, because you have that muddled sort of thinking and you're not really 100% confident in yourself. And that's what I think happened today. In addition to the fact that these Australian batters are very good at picking length, so anything that is marginally short, you saw Josh Inglis, anything that is marginally short, he's so good at just picking length and getting that boundary early on in his innings. So a good surface, power hitting, and then some errant length, that was the main cause.
All right, we will take a little break here, but don't go away, because when we come back, we will see whether we can sort of keep an eye on what the West Indies did well, some of their success overnight. Don't go away. Welcome back to ESPN Around the Wicket, and what a good pitch it was here at Warner Park here tonight, because Australia romped home by 6 wickets to win the series by winning this game by 6 wickets, and Tim David getting his first T20 international 100. So too Shai Hope, actually, his 3rd in T20s overall. Brad Haddon and Samuel Badri still here with me. We talked a lot about lionizing Tim David, but Shai Hope with his first T20 international 100.
Yeah, it was a sensational knock from Shai, joining Chris Gayle as the only other West Indian with a century in all formats Test match cricket. He has quite a few in one-day internationals, and now he's added this to his feather. But it was just the way he constructed that innings in the power play. He's very good in that phase of the innings. And we spoke about at the start of the game someone going deep. Shai Hope was that man tonight. He went deep, he converted to half century, and then he converted that into a century. It's a real pity that he was on the losing side, but I just think that this here has opened up another side of Shai Hope, where he understands now that he can go big, he can go deep, and he can get those centuries.
How do you put that into perspective? And batting first, which at this ground here in T20 internationals, it's been very rare to win games batting first.
Unbelievable captain's knock. I thought he was outstanding. They needed someone to step up in the first 1, 2 or 3, and the captain did that tonight with Brandon King. But what I liked about it most, he showed some character. He said to his teammates, guys, follow me. We need someone at the top of the order to get a big score and bat around me, and that's exactly what he did. I think you have to take your hats off to the captain. He did exactly what was needed. He was let down a little bit by the back end of the game, but for a captain's knock, that's up there with Tim Davids.
He didn't do it alone. Brandon King got another half-century, back-to-back half-centuries in this series.
Yeah, he is in some really fine form, Brandon King, and the way he plays his shots with such elegance and ease, it really is pleasing on the eye. Yeah, he just targeted straight back. Many of the sixes that were hit here tonight were those sixes that were hit over the bowler's head. And he just wanted to carry on a little bit longer. That opening partnership of over 100 with the captain really set the foundation. The question is, though, Bish, does Shea Hope remain in that opening position going forward if Evan Lewis is fit? And what are they thinking from an opening combination standpoint now that he's gotten that 100 and he's done well in the power play particularly?
I would think when you've got a combination that's doing as well as this is, you sort of press forward with that. They could have had more than that 214 really, and should have, given that start that they had, given how they went in the first half, 99 for 2 in those middle overs and only 49 for 2 in those last 5. In the first game, 6 for 37 went down in that last 5. What is the nature of the problem? Because we're using 49 for 2 as below standard for the conditions here. What contributed to that?
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's something that is worrying now. It's the second time I think that we've seen that, and it is historically the best phase for the West Indies. They finished very strongly at that stage of the innings, so they'll have to reflect and do some introspection as to why they aren't capitalizing in that phase where they normally are quite strong. So whether it is that they're trying too hard, that they're going too hard too early and not really getting the sort of runs that they want, or maybe they don't have the right personnel in at that stage of the innings, it's something that they have to figure out. But I think that they need to do much better in that stage to compete with this Australian strength.
It's a real concern, Shift, in Rutherford's form, Powell having a lean run. But, okay, let's look at the other side. What have Australia been doing well at that stage?
I think the one thing they've done really well, that's when Nathan Ellis has come into the game. He's been outstanding with his change-ups. He knows exactly what he's trying to do. He knows where he wants to get hit. He knows where he's trying to take the West Indian batsmen to hit them. And that's been the difference there. He's not worried if he gets hit for a boundary, if he's getting hit for a boundary in the position that he wants to get hit for it. And his experience has shown. Going back to the West Indies batting, tonight was outstanding, the platform they set. It was their 4 most senior batters, all your IPL players that didn't get a run. If one of those guys got 30 off 15 balls, as they've done a million times in franchise cricket, you get 240 and it can be a different game.
But I suppose the analysis needs to be, why isn't it happening? Shifin Rutherford has had a lean run ever since he made that half-century against New Zealand in South Trinidad during the T20 World Cup last year. I think it's something like 18 innings. He averages 12. Right, so clearly there's a confidence and a form issue there. Rothman Powell has been the leading run scorer over the last year before this series. So this is a little bit of an anomaly for him. So Shepherd actually is the guy who's been in prime form. Can he bat earlier?
Yeah, so that's what I was just alluding to a little bit earlier. Where can they get him up given the platform that they've had? You want to utilize all of your resources, especially if you bat first. You don't want to leave anything out in the park there. How can you do that? And that's the little decisions that have to be made in real time. What's the situation of the game? What do we need now? Can we get Rutherford out and Hetmeyer and Romario Shepherd rather? Look at this dismissal though. It was really appalling to see Shifin Rutherford just giving up at that stage. He hit the ball quite firmly straight to the fielder and he was just ambling through. Tim David, aware as he is, just knocked the stumps out. So, yeah, maybe they need to make some changes there.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll keep Brad and Samuel here. Don't go away. Last segment coming up where we will look forward to tomorrow night's encounter. Welcome back to ESPN Around the Wicket. It's a lovely wind that's blowing across Warner Park. It's a great place to be, actually. St. Kitts and Nevis, very relaxing. They had a great show tonight, and our witnesses here can testify to that. Brad Haddon and Samuel Battery. Australia have taken the series, but we've got 2 more games to go, and they're right here at Warner Park now. So what I would ask is, what are we to expect firstly from Australia in terms of personnel with the series already won?
Well, I think it's a great opportunity now to play the remainder of your squad. Australia at the start of this tournament said they want to try a few different combinations. They want to give different players an opportunity to play at this level, and I think that's what we're going to see now. Xavier Bartlett, we'll see. I think he'll have a game. Hardy will get his opportunity to play a game, but I think they'll tinker with their side to give their whole squad a game.
And from the West Indies perspective, how are they to view the next 2 games?
Yeah, I think we've said this so many times. They still have to play for pride. They have to play for the people who come out here and really to get a win or 2 under their belts. I expect that they might have some changes in their personnel as well. We have young Joel Andrew in the squad. We have Matthew Ford. So maybe they'll make a couple changes, especially in the bowling department, to see if they can restrict this Australian juggernaut. But yeah, they really need to get their A game for the remaining 2 matches.
Yeah, these fans have come out here in their numbers. It's a very, very small island population, and they were disappointed tonight with the end result, although they enjoyed the Shea Hope 100. So just a final word, do we see Australia still, though, even with changes, coming out and putting in that 100% performance?
Well, 100% you do. Guys that want to come in, and they don't want to be in the team that loses. They want to take this opportunity. They want to push their name in the lights for the World Cup, so they'll be hungry.
Thank you very much to Brad. Thank you very much to Samuel Badgery. Just a reminder of how match number 3 went, with the West Indies getting 214 to 4 on the back of Shea Hope's first T20 international 100. Concerns over Rutherford's form. Shepherd looks in good touch, actually, with bat and ball, and then Australia 215 to 4. 3-0 so far with 2 to go, and tomorrow here at 6:30 p.m. local time, we'll be back on air with action from Warner Park, match number 4 of this T20 international series between West Indies and Australia. Bye-bye.
One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. Highlights of the third T20 International, West Indies taking on Australia. It was a masterclass of straight hitting between opening partnership Brandon King and Shea Hope. The 2 put on 66 in the power play and put Australia under immense pressure. Our first game of the series in St. Kitts. King notched his 2nd consecutive 50 in the series, but then quickly after that found the hands of Ben Dwarshuis at deep mid-wicket, and Shea Hope continued the onslaught straight down the ground. Shimron Hetmeyer. Let's go again. You sure, Craig? I thought it was Dwarshuis. Recue, sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Apologies. Deepest apologies. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, they're requeuing. Sorry, guys. Let's go. Sorry, Vinny. Highlights of the third T20 International with the series on the line in St. Kitts. And it was an excellent start by the West Indies. An exhibition of straight hitting between the opening partnership of Shea Hope and Brandon King. The 2 put on 66 for none in the power play and put Australia under immense pressure. Then Brandon King notched his 2nd consecutive 50 in the series, from Sabina Park to Warner Park, but then was dismissed. Mitch Owen again in the wickets and playing an important role all round. Shea Hope continued in the middle overs. He's evolving in T20 cricket, and Hetmeyer batted at 3 again. Couldn't add much to the scores. A 6 then out. Hope neared his first and reached his first ever T20 International 100. Sherfin Rutherford lost rhythm though in this innings. This is where Australia began to pull things back. Just 49 runs conceded in the last 5. At one stage it looked like well over 220, but it wasn't to be. An excellent display of pace-off bowling from Nathan Ellis, even with a few blows from Shepherd. 214 for the West Indies. Maxwell again in his new opening spot. A 6 to kick things off, but then nifty piece of work from Brandon King removed Maxwell quickly after. At this stage, the West Indies just began to wrestle some momentum, removing danger man Josh Inglis and then captain Mitch Marsh. It brought Tim David at number 5, just the 6th time he's batted at 5 in T20 internationals. And him and Green briefly took down the West Indies bowling, but that wicket didn't discourage David, because this over went for 26, the most expensive in Moti's career. He took down the spin with great disdain. It was power, it was belligerent, it was a 6-hitting masterclass. The West Indies continue to fall away. The bowling is a serious problem as shown in this series. No wickets in that over for Blades. 100, the first of Tim David's international career. 3rd fastest to win the game by a T20I batter in a full member game. 3-0 and the series won for Australia. 3-0 and series won for Australia.
keeper! Oh, yes!
Partnership between
Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.